The meeting of the Audit Committee for September 4th, 2024 will now come to order at
12:45 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustees Monica Reichert and Dave Wilson, and alternate Trustee Eva Laredo. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Audit Committee today. We will begin with item A, Deferred Maintenance Audit Plan. It is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item presents an update on the ongoing plan to track the progress of the Deferred Maintenance Program. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Robert McCracken, Associate Vice Chancellor of Risk Management, and Mr. James Walker, Interim Chief Facilities Officer, to provide an overview and to answer questions. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Chancellor, Board. Just as a quick overview, when we did the Enterprise Risk Management Assessment, we present those results to the board, we generate a top 10 list. And the goal of this meeting and this series of meetings, this is the first one, where the risk owners for those particular items are going to be presenting the information to the board so that the board is getting the information that they need ultimately to make decisions that we're going to be asking them to make as we move forward in time. And so this is the first one of those presentations we're doing is deferred maintenance. Deferred maintenance is item 4 on the list. It's been on the top 5 since 2020. In 2019, it was actually, I think, number 6. And the issue has been this chronic underfunding of deferred maintenance that's occurred over time. And so at this point, we're really playing catch up with that issue. I would like to thank the board, number one, for acknowledging that the risk exists and taking action, right? So there was an increase in available funding made in this year's budget. I noticed that it's on the Committee of the Whole agenda later today as one of the chancellor's, I think it's number 8 under goals and objectives for the chancellor for the coming year. And so what we want to do in this presentation is to give you an overview of what those projects are, how that money is allocated, and then answer any questions so that we can make sure that we get the information to the board that ultimately you're going to need to make decisions. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to James Walker, Interim Director of Facilities.
Good afternoon, good morning still, board, Madam Chancellor. Just a quick update on the risks. The risk of underfunding deferred maintenance. It will continue to degrade our systems system-wide, and it will compete. It will not only degrade our systems. It will not allow us to serve the communities throughout the city. Continued implementation of the mitigation effort within the fiscal year FY25. The funding efforts will reduce the risk of catastrophic failure. The dollars allocated to deferred maintenance will only mitigate catastrophic failure. The system, the total program is still underfunded. This slide is a representation of the total deferred maintenance financials as of June 30th, 2024. This program was established in 2020. It was a result of the 2019 Facilities Condition Assessment. As you see the sources of funding from 2020 to 2024, the total is $45 million. Below that, you'll see it's separated by college. This is a representation of the slide you have just seen before. It shows expended funds by college. It shows encumbered funds. It shows the encumbered funds with funds waiting on notice to proceed, and the unexpended funds currently as of June 30th, 2024. This slide illustrates the deferred maintenance funds by system. So the 24 deferred maintenance budget was $10.9 million. And this illustrates where those dollars were allocated: fire, life safety, conveyance, roofing, mechanical, exterior. This is the proposed deferred maintenance plan for 2025. You'll see some of the same industry standard systems that we want to address in 2025. Current budget is $26 million. You'll see the same systems: mechanical, fire, life safety, conveyance, and exterior, and roofing. Key performance indicators. We want to monitor and track the progress of the program. The indicators will include encumbrances versus the expenditures, and this will be reported every quarter. And we want to make sure that we're staying on task and on plan and not deviating from the plan. So one of the indicators is not to exceed 15% of emergency repairs of the total budget. Successful allocation of additional funding will empower the facilities department to implement the plan and address compounding maintenance needs across the system facilities. Thank you.
Committee members, are there any questions? Trustee Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the slide with the deferred maintenance from 20 to 24, there was 45 million budgeted. Is that money been spent, or just 24 million of it and 16's still remaining?
So all of it has been encumbered. So in this slide, you'll see in the brown section the expended, and it shows an illustration of the expended cost. And then in the yellow, you'll see the encumbered projects in progress. In the burgundy color, you'll see the encumbered funds waiting on notice to proceed, which is in the process of solicitation, contract review, board approval, and then we can start the work. And the green is the unexpended funds, which those unexpended funds you're seeing here is the board amendment that was completed in June of this past fiscal year.
Okay, yeah, I see that. There's 4 million that's unexpended, 16 encumbered, and 24 has been spent totally.
Yes, sir.
Am I reading that right?
That is correct.
Okay. My question is, on those first 5 years that was budgeted, is there a separate bank account where that money's being held so we can use for that? Or is it all in the general fund? Or, and none of this money's well, I guess 10 million's coming out of the 24 budget, but is that other 35 million from the other years in a separate account, or has it been spent?
I'll
Mr.
defer to
Atkinson,
Jacob, please.
So in our accounting system, when we allocate funds for deferred maintenance, we move it out of our general fund, or Fund 1, and we move it into our capital projects fund, or Fund 7, so that we can track and manage those separately. So when we consider our unexpended fund balance, and you see reports regarding those figures, that is separate from the funds that have been dedicated for deferred maintenance or other capital improvement projects.
Okay, so you just, it's move it from one asset account, our general fund, to the deferred maintenance in 7?
Yes, so essentially
And
we move it
that's-
from an unrestricted general fund to a capital improvement restricted
And
fund.
it sits on our books as an asset over there until we either encumber it or expend it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, good. That's what I thought. Just a general comment. With me in deferred maintenance, that's a tough one. You know, you can, air conditioning, you can look at an air conditioner in one building or another, and if it's brand new as opposed to one that's 20 years old, you need to do deferred maintenance on the 20-year-old one rather than the new one. But that's a simple example. But there's a lot of times when you have a better brand who has a 30-year life and a lesser brand of an air conditioner, and whether it's in a harsher environment or that, making these calls, judgment calls on deferred maintenance is, and then say you do go change air conditioner out at building A, and then the one in building B breaks down, and there may have been 20 years of life in that one you just changed. There's a lot of unscientific, I guess, for lack of a better term, way of allocating this deferred maintenance. It's easy if a roof is leaking, but making a decision on whether you're going to repair just the leaking part or whether you're going to have to strip the whole roof and put a new one down, those are judgment calls too that aren't as easy to make. And sitting here as a board member, it's tough knowing how to spend that money, putting it in the pot and us having reports brought to us. It's hard to make a decision in my mind whether we're allocating it properly. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Trustee Laredo?
Thank you for the report. Also, just looking at it and the balances that are in there and the expenditures, and I just want to make sure that you are providing all the necessary equipment that the colleges need. And it's like Trustee Wilson was saying, y'all have the liberty of having the money and moving it places. And thank you for letting us know what you're fixing and what needs to be fixed, because if without these reports, we wouldn't know. So when our customers out there, being the students, tell us this room is very hot, this class was very hot today, then of course we wonder and we call and say, well, what happened to the air conditioning? So thank you for the report.
Thank you,
Keep
ma'am.
them coming.
Okay, can you share with the board how we establish what is considered deferred maintenance? How do we determine that? What particular documents that you use to determine that? Or is it like Trustee Wilson says, you kind of decide that the roof is leaking and you go and look at it and fix it?
Well, it's a combination of things. So the maintenance staff works with the equipment on a daily basis. We have preventative maintenance where we inspect the equipment on a daily basis. We have the facilities condition assessment forecast. It's a snapshot in time. It gives you a roadmap to understand what systems you may need to look at that are past their life expectancy or beginning to get close to their life expectancy. This program has been historically underfunded. So when you have an underfunded program, you're forced to do strategic prioritization. And what that is what systems are problematic throughout the system, because what you don't want is a air conditioner fail and then you're shut down. What a lot of people aren't talking about is the supply chain issues that still exist. Things that used to be on the shelf for 6 weeks out, things that used to be 6 weeks or 6 months. So you have to plan to make sure that you can order an air conditioning unit that you understand may fail in the next 6 months. So you have to have that foresight. You also have to have the roadmap of the facilities condition assessment. But the underfunded program forces you to only address critical items. That's what we're addressing.
So the facilities assessment document, what document would that be?
That's the 2019 facilities condition assessment.
And based on that 2019 Facilities Condition Assessment document, what were the key attributes that they used to determine what would be priorities for us in terms of deferred maintenance and repair?
It's usually manufacturer's estimated life of that piece of equipment. So whatever the manufacturer would suggest that piece of equipment should last, they will label it as a deficiency in the report. Now, it may still work. We change parts and pieces off of different pieces of equipment and make it work past the manufacturer's recommended life cycle. But at some point, it will fail.
That's one attribute. What are the other attributes that the assessment document referred to or alluded to or actually defined in the document? What are some of the other attributes that you would look at? Because the equipment itself is just the one attribute. What are the other attributes that were listed in the document?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I ask Mr. Walker also to speak about those priorities 1 through 5, if you don't
Okay.
mind?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So priority 1 is critical deficiency, mission critical. Item 2 priority is associated with mission critical. So you need to make sure you address items 1 and 2 when possible, when funding is available. 3, you get more into the aesthetics of the facility. And 4, similar to that, and 5 are enhancements. So that's when you get to 5, you start improving your facilities.
Okay. And based on that 2019 document, was there a list of critical items that they determined that needed to be addressed first that we have not done?
Yes, ma'am. $96 million worth of items, yes.
And that's not listed here.
No, not in this report. That was listed in our documents that we shared with the board in the April retreat, I believe.
And so the emergency repairs from 11% in 2024 to 0% in 2025, knowing that we have $100 million in deferment, are we confident that there will be no emergency repairs for 2025?
No, we will have emergency repairs.
So page 7 will need to be amended?
No, what page 7 is showing, is illustrating is that we want to make sure that thank you, that we have a plan. We want to show that we have a plan of what we'll utilize the dollars on. And we want to update this illustration quarterly so you can see how much is being utilized. This is only a proposed plan. So we would update this quarterly to show you actually where we are during that time of year.
And this may be a tough question. You may have to send the response to the chancellor so she can report it to the board. Traditionally, in the last 5 years, what has been the percentage of emergency repairs that have actually been done? So that will be a question that you can submit the answer to the chancellor. Because if we are behind on deferred maintenance, I would think that emergency repairs percentage number would be not 0 in 2025. The plan itself, I think, is a good start because we have to address this. And let me say that the purpose of the enterprise risk management system and those reports that should be robust that are submitted to this board are designed to help this board to determine what our goals should be. We are very good at defining generalist goals. We are very good at defining touchy-feely goals. We are. However, for an enterprise risk management system, it's concrete. And we need definitive numbers and reasonings based on that 2019 assessment report so that we can define clearly what our goals need to be that we submit to the chancellor so that the administration will understand what direction that the board expects us to go. $100 million is not out of the question. It is not. Based upon the last several years of managing and maintenance, we understand that we've got to do something to bring the deferred maintenance system into the fiscal year 2025. But let me be clear. The enterprise risk management system and those top 10 risks have very severe fiscal impacts. And this board makes decisions based on those fiscal impacts and based on where we think this college should go. So if we can go back to that assessment and look at that assessment based on where we are fiscal year 2025, and if I'm not mistaken, it tells you where you might end up being if these things are not done. And we'd like to see you all flesh out your plan. It's a good base. It's a good start. But now we need the details so that this board knows where to go from here. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that information and guidance. And of course, thanks members of the team as well. This is a discussion that has been underway for a year. And when we began the discussion, we asked for information about the deferred maintenance. And we were also quite appalled at where we are. And we looked at the facility assessment of the conditions of our facilities, and we were really quite surprised at the status and the number that were in the priority 1 category. And so that is why we wanted to bring all of that information to the board for your review and consideration so that you will see just exactly where we are. And then the recommendations were made, and thank you also very much for your approval of the budget for us to start looking at how we address these issues, because failures in any area will result in a loss of our ability to serve the students who want to come to us. And so that is why this is so critically important. And the members of our team are vigilant. They're looking at this, but of course did not have the resources to be able to address the problems, the upkeep, the upgrades, etc. And so now you've provided us with that opportunity to do that. And we thank you so very much for that. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you for the report. Oh, Mr. Wilson?
Thank you. You know, one of the closing comment, I was in the lighting maintenance business, and you know, you can, when is appropriate time to replace all the lights in this auditorium? You know, you figure the lifespan of a lamp or an LED and half of it when they start going out, and then you put a dollar amount on it, and you come up with the time when you want to relamp this room rather than every week coming and changing lamps in one light fixture. That's a difficult job, figuring that cost out and how to spend that cost and allocate those funds. And when we have, I call this the physical plant, you've got to take care of the physical plant in order to serve the students. And my preference as a board member is to minimize the amount of money we spend on deferred maintenance and maximize it on the students. And you've got to reach that balance somehow. And that's where it gets real complicated. That's where we're having to trust you all, and don't go replacing air conditioners that could run for another 5 years, and we could use that for another teacher or another lab or another class. You know, it's not easy, and I'm always skeptical on how all that money's spent, and it's kind of a, here's a pot of money, trust me. Anyway, thank you all.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate the report. There is no closed session for audit committee, so this audit committee is adjourned at
1:10 p.m.
The meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee for September 4th, 2024 will now come to order at
1:10 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed in the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustees Charlene Johnson and Dave Wilson, with alternate Dr. Cynthia Lenton-Gary. And just to take a moment of privilege, I really appreciate the flexibility provided by the Audit Committee to help manage my hectic schedule today, so thank you for taking the early slot. A citizen desiring to hear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Academic and Student Affairs Committee today. We will begin with item A, Community College Survey of Student Engagement, CCSSE update. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The Community College Survey of Student Engagement is an established tool that assists institutions in their ability to focus on evidence-based information to help improve the support of student retention and completion. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Dr. Burrage to come to the podium to provide an overview of the data, and for Dr. Perez, Dr. Ramos, and Dr. Odile to join with respect to additional information as needed pertaining to instructional and student services initiatives underway. Dr. Burrage, please.
Thank you, Chancellor, Board. Today I will discuss Houston Community College's most recent results on the Community College Survey of Student Engagement, which is referred to as a CSSE. HCC has been administering the CSSE since at least 2014. It is an assessment tool that provides information on student engagement, which is a key indicator of learning and therefore quality. The survey is comprised of items that assess institutional practices and students' behaviors that are highly correlated with student learning and student retention. Understanding students' experience in and out of the classroom and knowing students' goals and understanding their external responsibilities can help HCC create an environment that enhances learning, development, and success. So when we first look at students' goals, we see that 96% of the students surveyed, and this is a survey that is administered primarily in student classrooms, indicate that their goal is to earn a credential and/or transfer. We see that 70% of our students intend to transfer to a four-year institution, which is the majority. The CSSE also asks what issues could result in student needing to withdraw from classes or the college. We see that HCC students are more likely than those of peer colleges to feel that financial issues or academic underpreparedness might result in them needing to withdraw. Importantly, many students indicate multiple stressors on this section. So the benchmarks are groups of conceptually related items that address key areas of student engagement. Benchmarks are standardized to a mean of 50, which we've indicated with the red line. CSSE provides a number of comparison groups. In this case, we presented a comparison group of extra-large colleges nationwide. There are 32 colleges in this group, and they include colleges such as Lone Star, Miami-Dade, South Texas, Alamo, Dallas, Broward, Mesa, etc. So the graph so you can see that HCC is currently scoring below the mean on these benchmarks. So this graph presents the benchmark scores for HCC's full-time and part-time students. You'll see that HCC's full-time students are above the mean on the benchmark scores, but the part-time students are below, suggesting a need to focus particularly on the experiences of our part-time students, which is typically over 70% of our student population. So this charts HCC's CSSE scores over time for these benchmarks, and you'll see that HCC's effort to increase support for learners over the past 5 years have been successful, but that HCC does continue to need to focus on the student experience inside the classroom. When we look at the item level responses, it clarifies why part-time students are at particular risks. Part-time students are more likely to fall into the red sections of the bars, the students who say they have never asked a question or contributed to a class discussion. On the effort questions, we see another area of opportunity. On the left, you'll see red bars for students who indicate they have never visited a computer lab, a skills lab, or peer tutoring. Areas like this are a place that HCC could be very fruitful in increasing student success. So at this point, I would like to invite Dr. Ramos to discuss HCC's initiatives to address these results.
Thank you, Dr. Burridge. Before Dr. Ramos comes up, I just want to briefly just talk a little bit about what some of the things that we are doing. Instruction and student services recognizes the need for improvement on the HCC benchmark areas, which you just saw. Active and collaborative learning, student effort, academic challenge, student-faculty interactions, and support for students. We know that we are to be successful in meeting our performance outcomes. We must be able to begin to address these. Recently, we held our start of the semester meetings with our adjunct faculty and our full-time faculty. The faculty were reminded of the use of active learning techniques, technology integration, personalized learning, real-world connections, feedback and reflection, and fostering a supportive environment and providing clear and concise course expectations and goals. As well as they were also informed that we can provide them support in terms of professional development via our faculty academy. So to provide more information on the specific activities, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Miguel Ramos, who is the Interim Vice Chancellor of Instructional Services. Dr. Ramos?
Good afternoon, Chancellor and Trustees. So you stole a little bit of my thunder, providing some of the details. But one of the key elements of the HCC is that it's a broad indicator of student success and preparedness. So if we think very broadly about why we're here, we're trying to get students to be engaged, we're trying to get them to persist, and we're trying to get them to be successful in their classrooms that'll lead to transfer or another career. And so one of the things that's been emphasized over the last 2 semesters is this idea of engagement and developing innovative strategies for instruction. So faculty across the district are very interested in innovation. We see that with the involvement with AI and how we can incorporate it into the classroom. And actually, I took a minute last night just to look at some of the upcoming offerings for the Faculty Academy, and they address all of the essential benchmarks for the HCC. Under Academic Challenge, there are a session on unlocking success, empowering college students with executive functioning skills. So really helping students to understand how to organize their time, how to engage with the material in a classroom. We've got sessions around active and collaborative learning, such as co-creation of curriculum. So involving students in classroom settings on developing their own learning. As we all know, anyone who has a background in education knows that the constructivist ideal of having students engaged in their own knowledge creation helps them to retain it for longer. So that's going to be a session offered in the fall. For student effort, there's one called Stop the Excuses, Proactive Deadline Strategies to Improve Student Success. So getting students to really focus on the effort element of their learning. Academic Challenge, talking about thought-provoking ideas, developing outcomes for deeper learning. So recognizing that we want to move beyond memorization. If we want knowledge to be planted deep, we need students to engage in very deep discussions, deep engagement in material, and discussions in the classroom that lead to that long-term understanding. So these are several of the elements. There are at least 20 or 30 sessions that I saw both in the Faculty Academy talking about student engagement and learning. There were sessions presented at the faculty conference in the spring around AI, how to use AI in English, how to use AI in writing. So finding different ways to engage with the students. As Dr. Perez indicated, Dr. Burridge shared a lot of this information at the Instructional Day meeting last week. And so faculty were very engaged in trying to understand what their role is in trying to bring about some of these changes. Now, part of that is also context. So having that happen in the classroom is not in isolation. There are several initiatives across the campus, like the My HCC Pathway, which is trying to create greater collaboration among student services and faculty around a common understanding what student needs are. So the idea of that initiative is that sometimes students can get caught in isolation. They'll go to a classroom, a couple of days later they may go see a tutor, a couple of days after that they may see a counselor. But are all the elements of that help collaborating on the student holistically to get them where they need to be? But the last thing we want is for a student to always be starting at the beginning whenever they're trying to get help. So that's what my HCC pathway is trying to achieve. We also have activities through the Student Success Summit in the spring where we promulgated ideas around financial aid, around other teaching strategies, academic challenge, co-requisite support, wellness, and basic needs. Because as we know, we could have the best classroom in the world, but if students are hungry or they have a medical issue or they're homeless, they're not going to be doing a lot of learning in the classroom unless we address those needs as well. So really the focus of HCC at this point through all of its activities is to create a holistic model by which we address student needs, both in terms of CESI benchmarks, but also their human needs and their basic needs, because doing all of that together is what ultimately will lead to their success. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Trustees, any questions?
Dr. Bird, you said that there were 70% of our students are part-time. Are they working or?
Typically, they are. Our students are, essentially, most of our students are caregiving for either children or for elders or for household members. The majority of our students work on top of it. The majority of our students are not 18 or 19 years old. They're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60-year-olds, and they have lives just like the rest
70.
of us. And 70. And actually 80 wouldn't surprise me.
Okay.
But I figured I should stop at some point.
Okay. The reason I ask, I'm wondering, part-time people seem like they would be more for coming in the evening and the weekends. And do we have adequate classes in those time slots to service our customers? That's 70%.
That is a major initiative of the chancellor, where she has increased the number of night and weekend classes for exactly this reason. So we are endeavoring to continue to add those classes to ensure that there are night and weekend spaces for all the students. But the part-time students are really a diverse group. We also have a group of, I received a call from the counseling center about our parenting students, because they particularly want classes that are occurring when their students are in school. So classes between about 10 and 3. And so one of the things we do is make sure we have the night and weekend sort of worker friendly, but also think about how we serve the students with very different schedules in that.
How do you smooth the faculty to get them to work nights?
That I would leave to instruction. But the thing about our faculty is that they are 100% committed to our students. When you ask our faculty about the students, they're inspired by them. And so we have a lot of faculty, vast majority of our faculty, who will go out of their way to help students when the students are available. So we have students talking about how a faculty member will get on the phone with them at 10 at night to help them upload a paper. So our faculty are very committed to enabling our students to succeed on their very complex and busy schedules.
I definitely agree that we do have an outstanding faculty at this institution. We're fortunate.
Yeah.
I had something that caught my eye that I just wanted to make note of on page 8. Is exactly that. I saw the student effort is going way down on the raw scores, and then the student-faculty interaction, it went up, I guess, during COVID, but it looks like it's declining again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a small change, but it's something we definitely want to pay attention to. For the effort, we gave you the questions for effort, because a lot of the effort questions aren't what we think about as effort per se. There is, of course, how long did you study, but there's also worked on a paper or project that required integrating ideas or information from various sources, or prepared 2 or more drafts of a paper, which faculty can definitely promote with students, came to class without completing reading assignments is the more traditional definition of effort. But that scale in particular has a lot of really diverse elements, some of which are directly, that we can directly impact, like encouraging students to go to tutoring.
Got a similar question, and it's more, I mean, the punchline is there any surprises in the data that you saw? And I'm asking from 2 different perspectives. One, I know we've got a lot of internal data sets that replicate similar data, so curious if there's any instances where the survey data versus our internal data are misaligned, and what you might think about what that points us to. The other is there's only one example here of a time series, so a lot of snapshots for this last survey, and is there any big changes between surveys that jumped out at you that might indicate either a place that we've done really well or an opportunity for us to double down?
So we will actually, in the committee of the whole, present some data of a place where we're doing really well, and that's in our advising services. We've definitely, just a second, spent a lot of time thinking about how we support learners around basic needs, around advising, and we see clear progress on those metrics, and that is where we focused. So that jumped out at me. In terms of different from our internal data, 2 places. One is that other surveys suggest that 96% of our students exhibit financial strain while they're with us, which is significantly higher than what we saw here. And it may be the difference between asking, are you under financial stress, and will financial stress cause you to drop out? Those are 2 different questions. We also saw a higher percent of caregiving here than we've seen in the past.
Thanks. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. We will now move to item B, Leading Indicators of Student Success Update. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board committee. This item presents information on spring to fall retention and transfer. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Dr. Burrage, Interim Vice Chancellor of RADS, to present an overview of the item, and for Dr. Perez, Interim Senior Vice Chancellor of Student Services and Instruction, to assist in answering all questions. Dr. Burrage, please.
Thank you. So in this presentation, I'm going to give additional information about 2 metrics that received less attention last month. Student retention is a critical leading indicator of both completion and transfer, and it's a metric that's garnered national attention. According to the National Student Clearinghouse, fall-to-fall retention in 2-year institutions is about 55%, which means that almost half of all students leave their institutions in less than a year. And despite national attention, retention rates have increased by less than 4% nationwide in the last 10 years. So it's also a very difficult metric to move. One metric that we look at in terms of leading to fall retention is the spring to fall intention. So this chart shows the enrollment status of students previously enrolled in spring 2024 and the percent that are now enrolled in fall of 2024. So the end of last year to the beginning of this year, because the majority of the drop from fall to fall actually comes between spring and fall. And you'll see at the time of this graph, which was around 8/20, August 20th, 49% of students who were enrolled in the spring were then enrolled in the fall. In the past few weeks, we've moved that up above 51%, and it continues to rise as the semester goes on. The other thing that's not clearly depicted here is transfer. We don't get information back about the students who have transferred until the 4-year institutions send their data to the clearinghouse, which happens in late September or October in the earliest. So at that point, when we take the transfer students out, we expect to see an increase in the retention rate. So this graph shows the spring to fall retention by 3 categories. The students who are near the end, 18 or fewer hours remaining, those who have 19 to 36 hours remaining, and those who have greater than 36 hours remaining. And in order from 18 to greater than 36, those retention rates are 64%, 67%, but only 41% on August 20th. For students with greater than 36 hours remaining, showing a particular need to focus on those incoming students. The good news, however, is due to our retention campaigns since between August 20th and September 4th, that number is now up at 47% and rising. So we've moved it up 6 percentage points in the last few weeks. A second metric that we didn't talk about last month was the transfer to four-year institutions. So four-year institutions are referred to in House Bill 8 as GAIs, or General Academic Institutions. And this is one of our House Bill 8 outcome measures. Now, the coordinating board's prediction is that our transfer out to a four-year numbers will decline over the next 2 to 3 years. However, the coordinating board models are pretty basic sort of growth rate models and don't take into account the changes that are happening at HCC, which includes both the increased focus on transfer and our increased enrollment. The coordinating board models assume that everything remains constant. When we model the increased enrollment, we have an expectation that our transfer numbers will actually increase by 2 to 4% over the next couple of years due to our enrollment growth, which is a combination of retention plus new enrollment. Additionally, HCC can utilize a variety of strategies to focus on retention and transfer. These evidence-based strategies typically fall into 5 categories. And once again, I will yield the floor to instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Woolridge. While retention and transfer have always been our focus, we must now be much more intentional if we're to be successful in meeting the benchmarks for this year. And so all faculty and staff and support staff must take an active role in retention and transfer if we're going to be successful, and that's one of the initiatives for this year. Before I pass it on to Dr. Ramos, I want to tell you about a new tool that we utilized this past year. Some of you may know about our Innovation Fellows Program. Every year we select a number of faculty and staff that participate in terms of being innovative in what we do with instruction or what we do on a day-to-day basis in reference to services to our students. One of our Innovation Fellows, Amanda Guerrero, who is our Director of Tutoring, developed a tool that, again, was with assistance from our Office of Institutional Effectiveness, working together, have designed it, and was implemented last academic year. It's called PAST-T. What PAST-T does for us, and we really we are moving for all faculty to use this tool, is it allows faculty to receive information from our tutoring center in terms of the number of hours the student is spending in tutoring. And it's like a two-way communication. They know the number of hours, and when a faculty member refers a student to tutoring, they'll be able to get that information to find out how much time the student is spending. What this does for the student and for the faculty member, it number one, lets the faculty member know that the student's following through on what they're asking them to do. But in addition to that, it gives them an opportunity to encourage that student, knowing that they're going into tutoring, to support that and have a conversation with the student. Again, creating that atmosphere that our faculty care for our students. So other initiatives, I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Ramos, and he can give you some insight in terms of some of these other specifics. Dr. Ramos?
Thank you, Dr. Pettis, Chancellor, and trustees. Hello again. So I'm going to provide a broad overview of some of the initiatives. One thing that will be apparent is that some of the things I'm going to say here are repetitive from the first presentation, because when we're trying to address CESI benchmarks, we're necessarily trying to address retention, we're trying to address transfer, because what's good practice for engagement is going to be good practice for all of our success outcomes. So firstly, our Caring Campus initiative is crucial in building meaningful connections between students and the college. The program focuses on creating a welcoming environment through practices such as tags for staff, the 10-foot rule for friendly interactions, and warm referrals. These efforts are complemented by engaging activities like our recent Week of Welcome. So the whole point is to try to make students feel like they belong here, because research and common sense tells us that if students feel that they belong to an institution and that they're cared for by an institution, they're going to persist and they're going to complete. So that's part one. In terms of transfer support, we're committed to clear communication and structured pathways. So in my office, we work a lot on developing the actual pathways to the various institutions around the state. And we try to find as many advantages as we can in terms of how many hours transfer, whether we have workforce hours to transfer. So that's one of our goals, is try to get more students in workforce to be able to transfer their credit hours to other institutions. And we're constantly striving to find the most advantageous degree transfer pathways that we can across the state and across the country. If we have people from New Hampshire or from California that offer us a good deal, we're going to work to take that deal. Financial support obviously plays a significant role in student success. So our financial aid office offers a range of resources. If you've ever been on their website, they have searchable EduTube videos that walk students through the entire financial aid process. We have financial aid chatbots, and we also have scholarships through the HCC Foundation. One thing that occurs to me as we look at all of the different initiatives we have is trying to get the message out. So one thing that HCC is striving to do is get communication out to the students, out to the parents, out to the faculty. Even as recently as last fall, I was at a registration center, and I had no idea that the foundation had some of these scholarships. So when I would tell students, they were very happy. And so having students understand that there is money out there for them is really, really important. Co-requisite support. Dr. Desmond Lewis and his office does a fantastic job on helping students through concurrent enrollment in developmental courses aligned with credit courses in the same area. And he continuously provides faculty and staff engagement through professional development, particularly with a focus on things like pedagogy, rigor, building belonging, and retention. So this is something that they do every fall and spring. They are constantly focusing on that message of inclusion and getting students to retain. And finally, we have things like supplemental instruction, which provides peer-assisted study sessions for students. So there's a ton of research out there that shows students are receptive to help from their peers. And so having students that have already been successful in the course gives them a model to strive for, and it gives them encouragement and also builds more of that community that helps them stay. So finally, as I mentioned before, our commitment to instructional innovation and classroom engagement is evident through the sessions that we provide, both through the faculty conference, through the Student Success Summit, and through the faculty academies. So going through the fall, we'll see additional sessions, additional engagement opportunities for faculty to build on engagement, to build innovative practices, because we know that students that like their class are going to want to come back. So by combining these approaches, we're dedicated to fostering a supportive environment that enhances student retention and transfer success. Thank you. Questions?
I've got one question. Back on slide 4, we've got a little bit north of 6,600 students that are either in the red zone or a couple of downs away from achieving their credential value or transferring. And just wanted to hear a bit about, I know we're reaching out to these students, but how successful have we been able to be? What are the big pain points that they're feeling? And most importantly, do we think that they're gettable for spring 2025 so that we can make sure they get across the line in a timely fashion?
So the number one reason that students don't come back to us when they want to is financial. And we are working as hard as we can with the foundation and with financial aid to eliminate that barrier. For the students who are near completing, a lot of them actually end up transferring. So for those students, we probably want to think about reverse transfer, because often when we call them, they will be at a four-year institution. Oh, I'm at UH. Oh, I'm at UT. I'm at UT Tyler. And for those students, we need to activate our strategies to give them the associate's degree, filling it out with those units from the four-year institution, and we are working very hard on exactly that. Does that help?
Do you have a dollar figure you said the main reason they didn't return was financial. Is there some way we could figure out a dollar figure and see if maybe we can allocate it in our budget next year so we don't, I don't want these kids dropping out.
Right, we absolutely don't, and we've been working on that much more proactively in the last year with the chancellor, who has urged both the foundation and HCC personnel to look at everything in our budget that will help students complete. One thing that's really helpful for them also is programs where they feel a less stress about what's going to happen next term. Financial aid and scholarships are great, but students will still have this stress about what happens next term. And promise programs are actually really effective at promoting retention, because even though the students would qualify for financial aid anyway, most likely, knowing that I have that in my back pocket and I can count on that makes a huge difference for students whose lives are often fairly chaotic with work and family. And I have kids, so I feel free to say chaotic there.
Well, I don't, whether it's last dollar or a bridge loan or whatever you want to call it, I'd like to see what that number is, and I'd like for the board to discuss that for our next budget. I'm real serious about, I don't want to just be saying this and it's forgot about next board meeting or next board meeting. I'm going to be pushing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next is item C, Workforce Instruction Year in Review. This is a report item. No actions required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board committee. This item provides an overview of workforce instruction accomplishments and activities for 2023-24. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Dr. Perez and Dr. Ramos to come to the podium and to provide an overview of the item and to answer all questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chancellor. Trustees, the following presentation offers a snapshot of Houston Community College's accomplishments in workforce instruction for the 23-24 academic year. Our dedication to fostering innovative and maintaining high standards of excellence has driven significant progress across various domains. As we continue to build on our achievements, we're excited to highlight the new programs, student successes, financial milestones, and strategic partnerships that underscore our commitment to shaping a brighter future for our students and the community at large. Dr. Ramos?
Thank you, Dr. Pettis. Chancellor, trustees, thank you. And thank you to Dr. Mike Webster, former ABC Workforce Instruction, for helping with this. So I'm excited to share with you some of the significant achievements in workforce instruction for the academic year 23-24. First, in terms of new programs and credentials, as many of you know, we've successfully implemented a Bachelor of Applied Science in Healthcare Management and a Bachelor of Applied Technology in Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. In the transportation COE, an electronic vehicle training program was established to address a growing industry need, and an allied health endoscopy specialization associate's degree was initiated in health sciences. These offerings reflect our dedication to preparing students for emerging and in-demand fields. Our students have also excelled in numerous competitions. At the Skills USA state event, our students medaled in computer programming, advertising design, collision repair, diesel equipment, and medical assisting. Additionally, 2 HCC student teams, Team Sound Solution and Team Navalis, participated in the NASA MITTIC Challenge. Team Sound Solution impressively secured second place and a $10,000 prize. Our students also took the lead in hosting our 3rd annual AI conference, showcasing their expertise in leadership. And in digital communication, our students showed their creativity by designing awards for the East Harris County Manufacturers Association golf tournament. On the financial front, our workforce programs have secured over $11 million in grants. These funds will support education and training across a wide range of industries, including trucking, health sciences, construction, solar technology, electric vehicles, education, and more. These grants are crucial for empowering our students and equipping them with the skills needed for today's workforce. In terms of program achievements, I'm proud to announce that Houston Community College has been designated a Center of Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense by the National Security Agency. Our Gulf Coast Region Apprenticeship Hub also received the 2023 Exemplary Program Award from the National Council for Workforce Education. We've established our first civil engineering apprenticeship with WSB, and our apprenticeship enrollment this year, in the past year, totaled 5,685, encompassing a wide variety of trades, including iron workers, asbestos workers, and plumbers. And finally, in the area of collaboration and partnerships, we've established the Texas A&M Chevron Academy, Engineering Academy at our Spring Branch campus. We've also signed an apprenticeship MOU with Fract Group Freight Forwarding, further expanding opportunities for our students. Additionally, we were honored to host Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, as part of our Resiliency Workforce Collaborative, a testament to the strong relationships we are building with industry leaders. These achievements and developments are a clear indication of Houston Community College's unwavering commitment to academic excellence, student success, and industry collaboration. We are proud of the strides we're making and excited about the future as we continue to empower our students and contribute to the broader community. Thank you. Questions?
Trustees, any questions? No, thank you. We'll now move on to item D, online college update. This is also a report item. No actions required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board committee. This item, as the Chair indicated, presents an update on the online college and student success. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Dr. Jerome Drain, interim president of the online college, to present an overview of the item and answer all questions. Dr. Drain.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, Church Eve and Board of Trustees. Today, I'll be providing an update on the HCC online college, focusing on our current course modalities and the impact that they have on our student enrollment, success, and retention. One of the primary goals of the online college, where students can take courses anywhere, anytime, is to ensure that our offerings not only meet the needs of our students, but also set them up for long-term success. I understand that you have reviewed the presentation, so I will just briefly summarize a few of the key points. As an institution, Houston Community College offers 4 distinct course modalities to accommodate the diverse needs of our students: online on a schedule, online anytime, hybrid, and in person. For this presentation, my focus will be primarily on the online modalities, which are online on a schedule and online anytime. These formats are increasingly popular due to the flexibility they offer, allowing students to balance their studies with other commitments. The hybrid model combines online and in-person instruction, catering to students who value face-to-face interactions while enjoying the convenience of online learning. This is particularly beneficial for courses requiring in-person labs, where the lecture component can be conducted online and the labs in person. And meanwhile, our in-person courses remain essential, particularly for students who thrive in a traditional classroom setting. So let's take a look at how these modalities were utilized during the 22-23 academic year. Online Anytime emerged as the most popular option, offering over 4,700 courses and accounting for nearly 44% of the total enrollment. In-person courses are still significant, comprising about 46% of our courses, though they represent a slightly lower percentage of overall enrollments. And the online on a schedule and hybrid formats fill in the remaining spaces, each catering to a specific student preference and needs. Breaking this data down by division, we see how different departments are utilizing these modalities. Understanding this distribution is crucial for tailoring our offerings more effectively to meet both student and departmental needs. It helps us identify which areas lean more towards online or hybrid formats and where in-person instruction remains strong. Next, we analyze the enrollment outcomes across all modalities. The data reveals how students are performing in different learning environments, with success rates measured by passing grades of A, B, or C, varying by modality. Importantly, in the aggregate, online students perform comparably to those in other modalities. This understanding is vital as we look to make adjustments and improvements in our course delivery. Given the importance of math courses and the challenges they often present our students, we took a closer look at these specifically. The data shows some differences in success and completion rates depending on the modality. This suggests that certain formats may be better suited for teaching complex subjects, such as math, and something we need to consider as we refine our strategies to enhance student success. We also reviewed the outcomes of other select courses. Similar to math, the success rates across different modalities indicate that the choice of format can significantly impact student outcomes. These insights will help us optimize our course offerings and retention efforts to better support our students. Retention is a key measure of student satisfaction and institutional effectiveness. For the fall 2021 cohort, we tracked how many students continued from their first fall to their first spring. The data categorized by the percentage of enrollment in each modality offers valuable insights how well students are persisting in their studies. As we heard earlier from Dr. Burridge's presentation, we also looked at retention from the first fall to the second fall. This longer term view is essential for understanding how well our program supports students over time, and where we might need to step in with additional resources or interventions that you've heard about previously. Notably, students who take more than one course have a significantly higher retention rate compared to those who take only one course in any format. Both the transfer and completion rates of online students are comparable to those of our on-campus students. Many students take a mix of online and on-campus courses, which enables them to complete their programs and transfer effectively. So what does all this mean? First, online anytime courses are increasingly popular and successful, indicating that we will continue to expand and enhance these offerings to meet the growing student demand. Second, while our overall student success is strong, we will continue to pay attention to areas like math, where some students might struggle. We will provide targeted interventions that will help them improve the outcomes in these areas. Finally, the retention data offers valuable insights into student satisfaction and success. By focusing on improving retention, especially in challenging courses, we can better support our students and help them achieve their academic goals. So in conclusion, as we move forward, it is essential that we align these insights with our broader institutional goals. A consistent review of the data will allow us to make data-informed decisions that promote student success. Specific retention strategies will be identified for those courses that students find particularly challenging. By continuing to adapt and innovate based on the feedback from all of our stakeholders, we can ensure that our online college remains competitive, student-centered, committed to academic excellence, while offering programs anywhere and anytime. Thank you for your attention, and I'm open for any questions.
Trustees, any questions?
No, I did have a question, but you answered it because my concern was those math courses. So thank you for pointing that out, that you picked that up too.
Yes, we're looking at it.
That you're going to address it.
Yes.
So 2 questions from me. One, notice that just shy of 5% of our total courses are offered through a hybrid modality. I've been advised that it's emerging that hybrid modalities are a key intervention to, really driving persistence and retention. Just curious what our plans are to increase the number of classes that are offered through that modality over the next few years.
Absolutely. So that has been a focus that led by the chancellor for us to, in fact, look at evening, weekend, as well as those hybrid options. So that is on the book, and we are already doing that at some of our campuses, whereby the hybrid class offerings is the preference or the preferred offerings at that location.
Second question, Dr. Burridge mentioned before that about 70% of our students are enrolled part-time. Just curious how that percentage jives with the students enrolled in a single class, because those retention numbers are pretty starkly different. So curious if you have a swag of how many of our, or what percentage of our student population is only enrolled in a single class, be it online or in person, just so we can get a sense for the numbers shown on slide 8.
Right. So let me move back to slide 8. So trustee is looking at the 49% and the 45% of those students that only have one class. We are looking at those students and reaching out to those students, encouraging them to take additional courses. So there are efforts that are ongoing across the colleges, all of the colleges, not just in the online college, in that regard, because we do have those opportunities to reach out to those students for Second Start opportunities, as well as any of those F8B courses as well. So we're looking at that and want to address identifying those students very early, because we know the more courses they take, the higher their retention rates, as we see from the data. So we're reaching out to those students.
No, thanks for that. It'd be amazing if we could follow up with a number on that, just so we can calibrate our at least my personal thinking about, that versus the 70% versus all the other data that we've been discussing over the last couple of months. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Minds think alike.
Yes.
Is that, so are there examples for them when they do online classes? Because I'm concerned that we have such a high number that are not passing, and so therefore, as soon as they feel that they're not passing, they drop them.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm just curious, is there examples, or, I know there's tutoring available, but we know how that works. So I'm just wondering, is it like a catch that you're giving them the problem and they're explaining, and then there's examples as well?
Absolutely. So the preferred way that our mathematicians like to teach math online is online on a schedule. Therefore, the students are in front, or the professor is in front of our students. So they use technology to write on their tablets as though they were writing on the whiteboard. So they're able to work out those types of examples for our students. So it's just not simply the students just read. There's activity that's associated with our online on the schedule with our faculty members. When the online anytime, the resources that our students have are really just, they're extremely strong right now in terms of examples that you mentioned. So there are tons of videos. Our instructors, they actually work out the problems in videos. Those are posted online for students. Students gather together on the discussion boards to ask questions. So there's lots of engagement there. And as you said, with tutoring, of course, our students are able to attend tutoring in a virtual session or one on any of our colleges. So there's many resources for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Academic and Student Affairs Committee meeting is now adjourned at
1:58 p.m.
The meeting of the Board Governance Committee for September 4th, 2024 will now come to order at
2:02 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustee Sean Cheban, Dr. Vandible Stallworth, and the alternate Trustee Lalu Davies. Opportunity for public comment. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Board Governance Committee today. Please note at the onset that I am going to be pulling item D for discussion in the October meeting. They need a little more time to work on it. It was something we discussed this last meeting. So the item was procedurally placed on today's agenda per the action of the Governance Committee on August 7, 2024, to postpone the item until the September meeting. Robert's Rules of Order require that the item be placed on the agenda for September. According to the terms of the motion to postpone, the item will be presented for consideration at a subsequent meeting when the requested revisions are complete. Is there a motion to approve item A, proposed revisions to CS Local Information Security?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the Board Committee. This item presents proposed revisions to policy CS Local on Information Security with recommended changes for your approval. With your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Interim General Counsel Montgomery to provide an overview and to answer all questions and introduce additional counsel. Dr. Montgomery.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chancellor, Trustees. Today we present to you TASB Update 47, which includes a total of 11 policies. This first policy is CS Local for Information Security. We have Board Counsel Melissa Mahalik here and also Lucy Tredinick, attorney that leads our compliance department. The first policy, CS Local, adds an information security assessment and also removes monthly reports. We're here to answer any questions.
Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? If not, we're ready to vote. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Is there a motion to approve item B, proposed revisions to GK Local and GK Local related to local policies?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher.
Thank you very much. Once again, Madam Chair, members of the Board, this item is presented to request your approval for proposed GK Local and GK Local related policies to be changed as recommended in TASB Update 47. With your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Interim General Counsel Montgomery to provide an overview of the item and to answer all questions with the joining.
Thank you, Chancellor and Madam Chair, Trustees. The next 5 policies have to do with a change with the Texas Coordinating Board and which regional accreditors have now been allowed for HCC should we choose. I now will allow Board Counsel Melissa Mahalik to add anything she'd like to.
Okay, so as Nicole mentioned, this reflects some flexibility that's been given to HCC if you should choose to go with another accreditor other than SACS. So in order to make it easier to update policies in the event that the board chooses to do that, what we've got here is 5 policies. The last one of those listed on your agenda item is GK Local. That policy will still identify SACS as our accreditor. The other policies have been revised to include more broad language. So if you decide to switch accreditors, all you have to do is go in and modify GK Local, and the other policies can remain as they are.
So this is more a suggestion from TASB. It's not that we're considering changing accreditors at this point, right? That's not why this is being done.
That's correct. It's something that you are permitted to do, and TASB has recommended this language in order to make it easier if you decide to go that route. But nothing is being contemplated at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But we only see the SACS substantive change policy statement on, what is this, GK Local? That's the only place we see it.
Yes, I'll just add that the whole scheme behind the changes collectively is due to, as Dr. Montgomery mentioned, this change of the coordinating board, which is implementing a Department of Education ruling allowing accreditors to no longer be limited to a region. So then the coordinating board, the administrative code was changed to list all the possible accreditors that a higher education entity in Texas could use. There has been no proposal that HCC makes a change away from SAC-COC. That's reflected then in this policy framework. But if there ever is that change, as Dr. Mahalik said, then it just makes it a little bit easier to make that change policy-wise. It's still a big undertaking for other reasons, but policy-wise, it'll be easy.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That's helpful. Dr. Vanderbilt-Stallworth, do you have any questions?
I'm good, thanks.
If not, we're ready to vote on this item. Item B, voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Okay, can I briefly just take a point of privilege and announce, on the third floor parking garage, there's a gray Mercedes SUV, license number 7F5087, that's about to be towed. So if you have a gray Mercedes SUV, it's for you. Thank you. I know, we saved you $200. Is there a motion to approve item C, proposed revisions, I'm sorry? Proposed revisions to Senate Bill, proposed revisions to Senate Bill 1445 related local policies?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board committee. This item is presented to request your approval of the recommended changes in TASB Update 47 pertaining to Senate Bill 1445 related local policies. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Interim General Counsel Montgomery to present an overview and answer all questions.
Yes, thank you. This policy has to do with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. It was time for the agency to sunset, so now it has been reauthorized, and also additional authority has been given to TCOL, specifically relating to mental and physical examinations, and I will ask Attorney Lucy Tredinick to go through more specifics.
Absolutely. These policies reflect the changes put into place by Senate Bill 1445, which include that increased oversight from TCOL related to things as detailed as the storage of personnel files, as fitness for duty examinations. And then you'll notice in these policies, there's some language referring to the need to adopt administrative regulations. One thing that I will let you know already is that TCOL has come up with model policy language that then we can adopt and add to our general orders or in our regulation framework as is necessary so that we will be fully compliant. With that said, are there any questions we can answer?
Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? If not, we're ready to vote on item C. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Voting has closed. The motion, the item passed with a vote of 3-0.
Thank you so much, everyone. This meeting of the Board of Governance Committee is now adjourned at
2:11 p.m.
Thank you.
Hello, good presentation.
External Relations Committee for September the 4th, 2024 will now come to order at
2:33 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed in the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustee Monica Reichard, Dr. Adriana Tamez, and alternate Trustee Eva Laredo. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the External Relations Committee today. We will begin with item A, House Bill 8, Rulemaking and Legislative Initiatives for the 89th Legislative Session. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the Board Committee. This item is presented to provide an overview about House Bill 8 rulemaking and legislative initiatives for the 89th Legislative Session. This report item concerns two specific policy-related matters. One is House Bill 8 rulemaking, and the second is potential community college legislative initiatives for the 89th Legislative Session. So with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Vice Chancellor for Communications, External and Governmental Relations, and Interim Chief of Staff, Dr. Young, to present an overview of the item and to answer all questions. Dr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, Madam Trustee, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an External Relations Committee report. This is a report item. And just for context purposes, in the 88th legislative session, House Bill 8 was the bill that passed that fundamentally changed the way community colleges receive state appropriations. Essentially, community colleges are charged with producing outcomes, awarding credentials of value, completions, and or transfers to its students. There are two tiers for our funding model. It's performance tier and base tier. Houston Community College receives its funding out of the performance tier, which is a funding level that constitutes the majority of the funding. You may recall that the legislature appropriated $2.237 billion. It was an increase of about 23% over the prior biennium. So $2.237 billion, and a portion of that out of the performance tier is for HCC. During the interim session period, that is that period which we're in right now, that precedes the upcoming legislative session, is the period where we get a chance to hear from the coordinating board, hear from our peers from the CAT organization, from the TAC organization about all those things that are associated with HB 8. And so we earlier reported on key changes with respect to fiscal year 2024, and at the tail end of the summer, we had a chance to hear from the coordinating board and others about what's happening with fiscal year 2025. And so this is representative of the changes that took place in four key areas: credentials of value, fundable outcomes, high demand fields, and alignment of incentives. And as a result of that meeting together, you see some of the things that have moved from 24 to 25. Credentials of value under the premium level, and we are on the credentials of value side. Institutions will receive additional premium funding based upon the return of investment. Under fundable outcomes, you still see the 15 semester credit hours and dollars awarded for dual credit, transfer, and co-enrollment. At the bottom here, you see addition in fiscal year 2025. It really speaks to adult learners and finding ways to ensure that they are simultaneously, if they're in a workforce program, getting their diplomas from education institutions. High demand fields is another area where we got some attention. Statewide high demand fields would be considered the top 10 growing occupations according to 10-year projections, regional demands, and likewise emerging occupations. So those are areas that the coordinating board gave attention to. And then the alignment of incentives for adult learners, once again, our dual credit initiatives. There's a FAST program from which we receive funding out of that appropriation. This is an outcomes-based funding model, and data is one of the things that the legislature has been looking to. You may recall during the legislative session there was a transfer of a function from TEA to the community college sector. So the improvement for data collection is something that's on the horizon. These are the areas we want to just highlight. These are only 4 areas. Do anticipate that as we convene in January, the second Tuesday of January, I believe that's the 14th, when we go to the legislature, HB 8 will be a principal item of consideration. It may not be called HB 8 during the legislative session, but cleanup opportunity is available during the legislative session with respect to the bill changes, even if we have them here at this table that we might want to later take in time to the legislature, and we'll talk about proposed policy agenda items that you think are critical. The administration will likewise do the same. Of course, there's 95% of our funding is tied to the outcomes-based model in that base tiers, those colleges who don't have the sufficient tax base or the sufficient revenue. The state is providing those community colleges funding. You see some of the fundable outcomes here. Credentials of value, you're familiar with all of these. Outcome weights to disadvantaged students. FAST makes that possible, and academically disadvantaged students. So this is just a snapshot view of what's been going on in the interim session period. Again, I know that many of you have had opportunity to visit through your associations these particular items. I'll pause on that one before I transition, because this is perhaps where we need some instruction from you or some guidance from you, but I'll pause on the HB 8 matter for a second here.
On page 6, we talk about the fundable outcomes, the 15 semester credit hours of dual credit. Our students in high school, we know that they're eligible for the workforce credentials of value. How do they fund us for that for high school students, if we have high school students that are successfully completing the credentials of value for workforce?
And if you'll allow me to use a resource here, okay. Madam Trustee.
Students in high school are eligible to receive both performance outcomes. So if they would receive, if students earn 15 credit hours, either in a workforce or an academic credential, then HCC does receive the fundable outcome. And if the student is awarded any type of those credentials, we also receive the fundable outcome.
So if they are say they complete the 3 levels of welding, there is a clock hour associated with those 3 levels, and then there's the credential of value. So do we get both fundings?
Yes, and if they receive 3 stackable welding credentials, we would get the outcome for all 3 of those credentials. And we have had dual credit students who have earned 1, 2, or even 3 awards with us.
That is excellent. So, Chancellor, this ties into your offering for HISD to allow their students to take that first level credential for workforce.
Absolutely, it does.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Slide 5 is a great slide, and I've got so many questions about it, which I've already sent, but I wanted to focus on one.
Okay.
And that was under the credentials of value column, the return on investment criteria that's going to be applied. I've seen data showing that of our peer large urban institutions, we've got the lowest ROI for our graduating students. And so just curious, do we have a bead on how this ROI will be defined, and how many of our programs have ROIs that fall below that threshold? Just curious, like the scale of the funding impact as this rolls out.
Yes, 1 second. Thank you.
So the coordinating board has not released exactly where those thresholds are, but that it has to do with the speed that students progress through the program. And so what they wanted to avoid was 2 things happen. One is that they realized that the ROI is greatest for a student who proceeds quickly through a program and then graduates, because the opportunity cost is less and they get into the workforce quicker. And how quickly they have to progress is condensed the greater the wages. So, for example, to make a degree in, I'm going to use teaching, and I apologize to all the teachers out there, you actually have to proceed fairly quickly through an infant toddler teacher degree in order to reach that credential of value earlier. Whereas if you're in engineering or something with a high salary or nursing, it may only take a semester or 2.
Oh, I see.
And so the speed at which you have to The speed at which you have to get through the program is related to the expected return of investment on the program.
I think as we start to understand more about the mechanics of that, I know with our student population taking a bit longer to get through than some of our peer institutions, just want to make sure that we don't have an undue financial burden as a result of this kind of changing landscape. So be good to hear an update early next year.
Yeah, and that's something that we're definitely concerned about.
Trustees, I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about our proposed legislative initiatives. So during the interim session period, where there's a lot of conversation going on with the TAC, all 50 community colleges, and emerging from those talks are Tier 1 policy initiatives that are not written in stone yet because TAC doesn't vote on its policy agenda items until, I think, October 8th, next month. And we normally formalize our policy agenda in October, in September, bringing the full piece back. So the opportunity here is to first examine what the TAC has put together by way of Tier 1 policy initiatives. HB8 is a Tier 1 initiative, improving and enhancing HB8 implementation. So to your earlier point, Trustee Sheehan, the things that we might change in the law is the opportunity here. So we would, in this case, we want to ensure that the appropriations for outcomes are fully funded, because sometimes we get that $2.23 billion and the next time around it's not there. So we want to ensure that it remains there for us to be able to access it. So that's the number one request from an HB8 improvement standpoint, allowing transfer outcomes to count for students attending private institutions. So if we're working with private institutions and we earn that credit or credential of value, we want to get paid for it in the case where we're working with a private institution. Providing allowances for colleges on the state border. Now, this is not necessarily for us, obviously, but there are those institutions that are doing work on the state border and their students are going across the border and they want to get those dollars from a transfer perspective. So that's an initiative that some of our border colleges would be interested in, and we might elect to assist them in that effort. And if that's the case, that would be part of our policy agenda. If not, it wouldn't be part of our policy agenda. Improving data collection, that's popping up again, sharing and reporting for HBA requirements, the FAST program, being able to get an accurate accounting for that, workforce credentials, wages and employment data in general, just making that process a lot more streamlined. A lot of people are in the mix on providing data or systems that provide data. So this is an area on which the TAC would like to improve. Again, this is a Tier 1 initiative. And then lastly, provide clarity on no-cost dual credit that specifies mandatory courses-related expenses that would be covered by the FAST program. So this item is one initiative that the TAC anticipates considering for adoption and wanted to bring it to your attention in the event that the HCC board would adopt this particular item. And then with regard to this particular item, advancing strategic expansion of workforce education programs. The objective for both of these initiatives are building a talent-strong Houston. And the two requests here are supporting the expansion of state funding workforce education programs by two-year colleges. This is likewise a Tier 1 legislation item that TAC put together, and then strengthening legislation that maintains existing service area and preserves community college authority while maximizing the effectiveness of state appropriations. This is really about entities coming into, in our case, our service area and setting up shop, and they're getting state appropriations for those dollars. And it's a competition issue. And so around the state, there's a presence of that occurring, and this is an opportunity to demonstrate to the state that we are providing a good service, and the state is effectively perhaps spending money doubly when they could spend it on something else. So that's an item for consideration. Only two items for consideration. This is the timeline that sort of takes us from our initial talks, devising the legislative agenda, all the way out to the post-session period when the governor either vetoes or lets the bill become law. So we are in September engaging in the interim session. We continue to do that, devising the legislative agenda with your help in the External Relations Committee, seeking board's approval, adoption, and of the legislative initiatives in October. Of course, the general election starts on November the 5th. November the 11th is bill pre-filing, so if we have bills that we want to file, we can begin filing bills in November. We have all the way through March to file bills, but we want to do it as early as possible, not necessarily November the 11th, but the more time we have to educate members about what the value of a bill is, the better I think our chances are in passing a bill. December, we would have our policy agenda ready, and then in November, the 14th of January, we would convene the first day of the session, and then we would proceed through June the 2nd, I believe is the last, is sine die. And this is just dates of interest around the calendar, but just wanted you to make sure you had a good feel for what those policy agenda items, and I know you have the documents. We'd like to bring back to you a proposed legislative agenda upon which the board can vote, and then we can start memorializing and start educating members during the interim session period as we anticipate going to Austin. Are there any questions?
Any questions, trustees? No questions? Oh, trustee.
Less a question, more a comment. I'm really intrigued about the proposed legislative items or initiatives on slide 8 in particular. We'll have a lot of opportunities over the next couple of months to engage with legislatures when they are really incentivized to listen to us. And the more that we can get any preliminary view or talking points that we can inject some of these concepts into those engagements as they're out canvassing, that would be really helpful.
Yes. And we anticipate having those in addition to the agenda and the talking points associated with the agenda itself.
Thanks.
Trustee Wilson.
I'd like to point out that we have an ace in the hole here because we have a person that's going to be in the legislature starting in January, so we're going to be leaning on her a little bit for a little help, and I think it's going to give us a leg up, and I look forward to doing that. But I'd like to make a comment about the other institutions coming into our service area, which they're poaching as far as I'm concerned, and it's a duplication of state dollars and that, and we should definitely oppose letting that happen. But the main thing I would like to say, though, is the best way to shut that down is for us to be competitive and put out a better product. And there'll be no need for those other institutions to come around here. So that should be the main emphasis of this board, is being competitive and outperforming those other Johnny-come-latelys.
I have to agree with Trustee Wilson, because in my district, at one of my high schools, one of the other community colleges had set up shop. And so they had to go. They had to go. And it kind of got contentious with that particular trustee that I talked to. They said, well, legislature eliminated all of these lines. I said, if you don't want this to be a battle line, you need to go. So it is very difficult for us to reach our goals if we're being encroached upon. And I thoroughly believe that we have the best offerings for the students in this urban district. And so I would say to University of Texas, for our dual credit, that's a challenge for us. We don't get paid when classes go through the University of Texas program. And so that is not working for us, for our dual credit in early college high schools. So whatever we need to do, I have to say thank you to our Executive Vice Chancellor, Dr. Perez, because she understands that and she's on top of it. So thank you for this, letting us know that we need to maintain the existing service areas so that we can preserve our community college authority, because we're really going to need to do that. Thank you.
Yes, Chancellor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to echo exactly what you said and indicate that it's not only some of the colleges and universities in the state. There are 270 institutions from outside of the state of Texas that have come into the state of Texas and even within our service area to provide education and training. And it's largely because of the enrollment cliff, where there are fewer students who are graduating from high school, fewer individuals who are going into the workforce training in those areas for those institutions to have sufficient numbers of students to sustain their operations. So they have looked to other states, primarily, i.e. Texas, because we are rich in the population of individuals who are in need of and are requesting and seeking a college certificate or degree. And so that is why we're being much more proactive and aggressive in all of what we're doing as well to ensure that in every area where we can serve our communities, that we are putting forth the effort to ensure that they have access to the information, to all of the staff members who can provide them with the registration support, the advising support, in order to enroll them in our classes. And so everyone is on board and being very proactive in that initiative. Dr. Drain has the One Now initiative, which I'm sure you've probably read about as well, that will reach out to the working adult population also, in addition to others, so that One Now, every 5 weeks, a person can work toward their degree, and it's excellent. You know about the Coleman College at 3100 Main and the work that is being done here. When you look at the enrollments at our colleges, the enrollments are steadily increasing. In fact, I applaud the members of the team where today enrollment is up a little over 9%. And this is just for the first 16 weeks. And it's because of the work that everyone has committed to do. And I give you a round of applause because the staff members have come on board and they are working to make it happen. And I thank you very much for that.
All right. If there's nothing else, the Externals Relation Committee meeting is adjourned at
2:55 p.m.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, we're going to, yeah, we can take care of that. Okay. Yeah, we're trying to keep every student who's interested in coming here. Thank you so much for letting me know.
The meeting of the Marketing Committee for September the 4th, 2024 will now come to order at
3:01 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustee Charlene Johnson, Lalu Davis, alternate Dr. Adriana Tamez, and myself. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Marketing Committee today. We will begin with item A, Fall 2024 Marketing Report and Campus Marketing Update. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair, members of the Board Committee. This item provides an overview of the Fall 2024 marketing, outreach, and community engagement activities to promote HCC's courses, programs, and services. Major focus is given to connecting events to conversion rates and the return on investment of PR and outreach campaigns. So with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Young to the podium to give an overview of district-level activities, followed by Dr. Harrison and Dr. Villagrán Glover, who will provide an update on their outreach and their conversion rates. So thank you so very much. Dr. Young?
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to share the Fall 2024 Advertising Performance Report. If you permit me just to say, there are a host of people who participate in all the marketing that we do. The Chancellor mentioned about the presidents coming forward. There are people who are making this presentation known today, so I just want to acknowledge those folks for the work that they're doing to make sure that HCC is engaged and that we have a physical presence and footprint within the communities that we serve. So we want to just acknowledge folks for that. Our campaign goals have been to build brand awareness, drive recruitment, increase retention, increase regard for HCC so that people see us reflected in a positive light, increase business and community partnerships. Our sponsorship opportunities are coming in daily, almost it seems, and so we have an opportunity to engage in the community, whether it be at the county, for the state of the county, state of the city that's upcoming, driving philanthropic support, and so hopefully that's translating into things that are moving into our foundation. Some of the sample creative, you've seen many of these things. I won't go through running the television spots, but I want to just present the sample creative assets that you see, whether it's in social media, whether it's on television, whether it's in print ads, whether it's on advertorials that you're seeing on Sunday mornings. We started with a budget for the fall campaign and ended with a budget of we started with a budget of $545,000. The spend is within budget. The flight date, that is the start of the campaign, was June. It ended August the 18th, I believe. And 53% of the budget was for upper funnel advertising, that's general market awareness. And then we use 47% of the budget is dedicated to reaching prospective students, those students who are most likely to apply, driving them to the web page. And I'd like to thank our ad agencies for helping us do this work, both Carlberg LLC and Gilbreth. With the estimated impressions for outdoor, these are the 5 community boards that you see along the interstate, in addition to some inner city billboards, 52.5 million impressions. And this is representative of the 5 across the region, but there are other billboards throughout the communities as well. And an impression is the number of times that an ad is either seen or heard, just give you that piece of information. We have about 10 television stations on which we presented HCC's commercials with an estimated impressions of 2.1 million. You may have seen those while you were watching the evening news, sitcoms, the Olympics, a variety of daytime and late night fringe watching. So 10 stations represented here and 2.1 million impressions estimated for those stations. Radio partners, there are about 15 radio partners. Estimated impressions, 9 million. Examples of programming includes country, rock, news, NRP, contemporary hits, and day and evening drive. So you're hearing radio spots over the course of the launch period, over 15 radio stations, our radio partners. Digital partners, Reddit. We continue to use Reddit. We're not using TikTok, you will recall, but these are the mediums that we use. An estimated 10.6 million estimated impressions for these digital displays. And then in our multicultural campaign, it's outdoors in theaters, community panel billboards. If you find yourself or found yourself on Chimney Rock, there's a sign there that's away from the billboards that you see on the major highways. Point of sale, grocery store, you check out, and HCC's name pops up on the screen. So we have advertisements at point of sale, and then, of course, national cinema media. 15.6 million. Video completions. So this has to do with our website. So I wanted to take us to that. Let's see. Part of the campaign takeaways. The comparison of the HCC website from fall over fall. We're up 44% from 3.6 million to 5.5 million. Total visitors to the website increased by 27%, 269,000 to 384,000. And visits to the apply page, which is where we were having difficulty before with the apply page. Notably, we do not have a CRM that allows us to track the things that we'd like to track, but what we've been able to do is to reduce the traffic. When people get to the apply button, they're not having to fill out a whole lot of additional information, so that they're going directly to the apply button. And at the outset of the presentation, or in the past presentation, you heard the chancellor say that we were up in terms of our enrollment in 9%. So while we cannot take marketing to be the sole factor for doing that, it's driving people to the website, giving them an opportunity to see what it is we offer, allowing them to ask the questions of the relevant people to be able to engage and then enroll at HCC. HCC's media total impressions was 89, almost 90 million impressions. That's TV and cable, radio, outdoor boards, print, and digital. In addition to what we did here, internally the staff put together social media, and you guys contribute to that as well. Our social media posts have gone up considerably. And we did advertorials in the Houston Chronicle through the period of the 18th. Of course, this slide depicts the over fall enrollment. And these were our takeaways. And thank you. Any questions?
Any questions, members? Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Young.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for the presentation. I don't believe you made any references to what I know is an ongoing effort to update the website. So is there something you want to touch upon about that, just to give us a sense of how that's coming?
The website redesign, we have executed the agreement. The agreement has been executed, and we'll move into implementation. I do anticipate that it'll take us at least 12 months to come up with the website. The website redesign, though, is moving forward. That is a major initiative for us. We've been able to talk to our OHO organization that's helping us do that. Our task force has been meeting weekly to identify our next steps, and so next steps is to meet with OHO to have them walk us through the timeline from start to finish for the website.
Just to clarify, the committee, one of the things we talked about was making sure that there was some end user involvement, i.e. students, because I know it's great that we're driving increased traffic, but I think navigation of the website kind of remains top of mind for us to make sure that ease of use is a
Yes.
considerable factor, and so on and so forth.
And to that point, we are in fact working not just internally with the folks who are manning it or managing the website itself, but talking to end users like our students so that we all understand what their challenges are and making sure that we address those concerns. That is part of the equation.
Very quick,
Yes, sir.
what do you consider the most effective, other than, word of mouth, students telling other students of our outreach? What do you consider the most effective?
Our digital campaign has been and this isn't a new area, but it's where people are today, digital marketing. We continue to do, trustee, we continue to do our newspapers. Every Sunday you would have seen us in the Houston Chronicle with an advertorial. So that's the print. But in terms of our students, who they are and how they're communicating with us, and we have our advisors here, our agency here, who can more intelligently speak to it. But our digital ads is our bread and butter. That's where people are going. And that's a different paradigm. It's a paradigm shift for marketing. But to not be in that space would not be in the best interest of HCC, in my estimation.
Do we have an app?
We do not have an app. But we're getting an app. It's coming. Yes, we do not have an app, trustee.
And do we have our commercials culturally specific?
I'm sorry, trustee. Say the one.
Are our commercials culturally specific? If you put a commercial on certain television stations or on certain radio stations or in certain digital regions, are they culturally
Yeah, the answer is yes, but not in every medium. For example, well, actually, we did with the television commercials. What I was thinking about, but yes, they are, and particularly in our multicultural campaign that I mentioned, those are coming up in the languages of the people who we're targeting.
Okay, so it's not just the languages. Okay, I'm thinking age specific. I'm thinking 25 and under.
Yes.
Because I've listened to my great nieces and nephews. I don't even want to go there, but I have, and they don't pay attention because it's not specific to who they are. So they don't listen to it. And so I thought about that, and I wondered what does our message sound like to people 30 and under, specifically people 14 to 25, since we're working on our dual credit in early college high school, because they're not listening. And I don't know what we're not doing or how they need to hear it, but they need to hear it.
We can assess that. Our age group is, 18 through 25 is the population that we typically, the age range, but we can assess that.
Because if we're talking about increasing dual credit, which is one of the goals.
That's a different audience.
Yeah. That's actually, we have to start onboarding in 7th and 8th grade. So that's 13 to 25.
Mm-hmm. That's a
and
different
that
audience.
we're not addressing who they are. And they are on their phones. So that's why I had to ask the question about apps. If it's not an app, the chances are real good they're not going to pay attention to that either. But I definitely want to know that, because I heard some commercials on a couple of radio stations, and I thought, that doesn't fit. Even for me, it didn't fit. But it was one of our commercials.
Yes.
So I think, and I know that we have, what is our student life? Is it HCC? They have a very different approach for our young people, and it's a very effective approach. I think that's Carl Mays. It's a very different approach to our young people, ages 13 to 25, and it's very effective, but it's also in the building.
Yeah,
it's not going past our buildings.
Yeah, we'll make sure we take a look at that.
Okay.
And factor that in our considerations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 more presentations. Yes?
Excellent. Yes,
Thank
we
you.
do. And let me just say that with respect to the work that we are doing, we're not targeting any specific ethnic group, as it were, because of DEI, and I just want to put that on the record. We advertise to the total community and hope that the programs that we have will resonate with them throughout the various markets so that we will be able to serve the community at large. So we have two other presentations as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Young. Excellent job, as always. So Dr. Villagrán-Glover will talk about the work that is being done at Southeast, and we'll have Dr. Latricia Harrison, who will talk about the work with Coleman College. So Dr. Villagrán-Glover, please. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chancellor, Board of Trustees. It is my pleasure to present to you Southeast College's community engagement activities, specifically focused on our fall 2024 enrollment efforts. So Southeast College 12 zip code service area is home to over 1 million residents. Approximately 25% hold at least a bachelor's degree with a median resident age of 38. Our area's per capita income is just over $33,000 annually, hovering only $4,000 above the poverty line. This demographic characteristics underscore both the need and potential for Southeast to expand access to higher education and workforce training. By strengthening pathways to credentials and careers, we aim to promote greater social mobility for all of our community members. This data slide in front of you depicts Southeast College's enrollment trends over a 3-year period, comparing head counts across equivalent timeframes. The blue bar represents Southeast College in totality, the orange slide represents each side campus, and the gray bar represents our Frogga campus. I am pleased to report that Southeast College has steadily increased enrollment over a 3-year period. At the time of this report upload, Southeast College enrollment numbers were up approximately 32%. While proud of this upward path, our commitment to increasing access and opportunities for our community remains steadfast. Community outreach lies at the heart of our success. In the past year alone, the Southeast staff and faculty engaged with over 9,000 residents through participation in 87 local events. Of particular attention, Southeast College partnered with our local elected officials following the aftermath of the Hurricane Beryl storm with 2 community food distributions at Eastside and Frogga campuses. Our outreach team also participated in several back-to-school events sponsored by our community partners. Southeast hosted a Mexican Consulate General Assembly with over 300 community residents. And for our 3rd year in a row, Southeast has leveraged community outreach efforts with the East End Chamber of Commerce, Sir Jobs for Progress, Port of Houston, Verizon for our STEM summer camps, our local churches, and more community partners. Building the genuine relationships defines Southeast's approach to high school partnerships. Southeast College has 7 dedicated admissions advisors that provide support to the high schools listed. Our service area includes 5 HISD high schools and several charter and private schools. The high schools within our service area demonstrate considerable need, making intentional relationship building more important. Rather than pursuing a transactional approach with students, our admissions advisors focus on fostering genuine connections through personalized engagement and guidance. Forging strong, supportive relationships has increased our ability to navigate career exploration and provide holistic support to prospective students throughout the enrollment process. We understand more can still be done, which is why initiatives like our new student tracking system aims to allow advisors to continue deepening engagement in a tailored manner. Our conversion rate at the time of this presentation upload was approximately 36% for summer and fall 2024. This slide highlights Southeast's strategic use of digital technology for community engagement. As you heard from Dr. Young, the college has experienced success in this platform. Through thoughtful digital campaigns executed in both English and Spanish, we maximize our bilingual's message visibility. During the summer, Southeast College faced a challenging situation with negative enrollment numbers. However, through targeted mini-email campaign in partnership with the Houston Chronicle Group, significant improvements were achieved. This bilingual campaign was strategically implemented in May and late July, targeting over 62,000 adults aged 18 to 35 interested in our workforce certifications and college courses that generated 10,000 clicks and 20,000 views. As a result, we experienced a 17% increase in enrollment at the time of this outreach campaign. In addition to the email campaign, our communications team leveraged social media, achieving an impression volume of 640,000 across platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and X. These aggressive social media campaigns led to new followers, new student leads that were passed on to our enrollment advisors. We also obtained free television advertisements that further amplified reach to a broader audience, with 2.2 million impressions across networks such as CW39 Houston, Telemundo, and Univision Houston. To expand on our outreach efforts, Southeast implemented program initiatives targeted to students who required additional support, as well as students who demonstrated leadership potential. We held 2 successful TSI boot camps and our inaugural Summer Bridge Camp. Of note, the students who participated in the Summer Bridge Camp are now part of our Student Ambassador Program, where they will serve as peer mentors for their fellow classmates. We also know that family plays a critical role in our student success. 3 weeks ago, we hosted a parent summit at the Fraga campus. The event focused on how parents and families can support their students. It also was a great opportunity to showcase HCC programs and bring awareness to possible opportunities for other family members. After a 4-year hiatus due to the pandemic and organizational change, Southeast College has taken the lead in dusting off our HCC Mobile Go unit. Our Mobile Go unit will help support our grassroots outreach and recruitment efforts to help foster stronger community relationships. We are particularly excited to introduce virtual reality career exploration tools. By experiencing things firsthand, our prospective students can envision their potential while learning more about HCC's academic and workforce programs. So we know we have so much more to go in terms of growing our enrollment at Southeast. The strategies outlined on this slide stem from feedback from our community as well as our team members. I am honored to serve as president of a college where community also means family. Many of our outreach team members live in the area we serve. Many of them, including myself, are first-generation college graduates. I consider myself blessed to work with such committed and passionate educators. And I'd like to take this time to acknowledge some of our admissions and outreach team efforts who are here today. Can you please stand up, team? They are indeed the ones who do the job and the hard work. With your permission, Chancellor, I'd like for some of our admission advisors to approach the dais to give our trustees some of our resources we provide to our Southeast students. So, Mario? Oh, you didn't get anybody else to volunteer, huh? So at your pleasure, at your convenience, please view the brochures that we offer to our prospective students as well as their family members. It's our enrollment packet, our pathway to enrollment, as well as our student resource booklet that specifically is aimed for Southeast community. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Van Glover, as well. Excellent job.
At this time, I'd like to take any questions, or we want to go next to the presentation?
Go to the next presentation.
Okay. I'd like to now follow with my colleague, Dr. Harrison with Coleman College. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chancellor, Madam Chair, and trustees. I am Dr. Harrison, and I am the interim president of HCC Coleman Campus. I am honored and thankful for this opportunity to stand before you today to present where we are at Coleman Campus. Over the last 3 years, this slide is depicting how Coleman has increased its enrollment by 18% as of the fall of 2024. We are actively working to remove some of the barriers and restrictions that we have with Coleman. As you know, it's a unique campus, and we have direct admissions specific criteria for our students. So we're working with the accrediting boards to allow us to increase our enrollment by removing the restrictions and limiting the number of students that we can take in a certain enrollment. So over the last 3 months, what we have done at Coleman campus is we've held multiple community outreach activities. Some of the highlighted activities that we've implemented in these last 3 months were participating in the Juneteenth celebration out at Sunnyside Health and Multi-Service Center. One of our highlights that we've done was participating with the HOSA convention. HOSA is the Health Occupation Student Association. The international conference was held here in Houston at the George R. Brown Center. During their conference, they had competitions which were held at Coleman campus. And on campus, we had about 100 or 150 participants who came out and competed in their competitions. It allowed us to increase our partnership and to be able to host them on the next year when they come back for their national and state competitions here in Houston. Additionally, we've been working to increase our dual credit. DeBakey is the school of choice for Coleman campus, and I'm proud to stand here today to say that over the years, DeBakey was a little bit more difficult to participate with us at Coleman as far as they have their own programs. So now they have participated with tours, and they are now coming out, starting with the dental assisting program and observing our students to introduce dental assisting and dental hygiene to their students at DeBakey. So we're super excited to establish and increase that relationship with DeBakey High School. We also have our KNW Summer Enrichment Programs on Fridays during the summer to introduce healthcare programs to some of those Kashmir campuses, those schools that participate in that particular program. Some of the special events that we implemented over the summer was, one, we wanted to have the Advisors Appreciation Breakfast. With that, we allowed and invited all of the pathway advisors to come out to campus so that the pathway advisors can learn more about the programs that are offered at Coleman campus. This will help the pathway advisors as they are preparing the students to enter into those programs. We also started a biology day. The biology day consisted of students from HCC Southeast Upward Bound program as well as the HCC Northwest Dual Credit students. These students were able to come to campus. They took a tour of Coleman campus, but they also participated in fun learning. And they were able to learn how to put on gloves, to do CPR. They were introduced to certain skills in the healthcare arena. Our goal is to introduce healthcare programs earlier to students so that they will be more in tune and interested in participating in the programs that are being offered. Additionally, I believe that we have to sometimes take care of one another from the inside out. So we developed a wellness day or team spirit day to encourage collaboration and connectivity with the faculty. Sometimes what we see is that we can become more siloed as we work in our specific programs. So we wanted to increase the collaboration between the team members so that students model what they see. So they will model that connectivity, because when you're working in a hospital setting, it's about team. It's not about individuals. So we wanted those students to be introduced to where they will learn to start working with one another and learning the members in the other professions. Additionally, what we've done is instituted an instructional award ceremony. This again is to highlight the faculty and their programs on the success that they have created and done, whether it was increasing enrollment. We celebrated faculty members who have completed their higher degrees. We have just tried to increase the morale within the college itself, which will then again translate to our students. This is some pictures that we've taken over the course. This young lady here with the gloves, that's chocolate that's on her hands. So the students were able to participate by learning how to properly apply gloves and remove the gloves when they have been soiled. You also see a picture here in one of our pinning ceremonies. And during this ceremony, we actually had a proposal to take place while the pinning ceremony was taking place. And then, of course, one of our most prized and special moments, as you all know, is the opening of Coleman Midtown here at 3100 Main. Dr. Ford Fisher charged us with this activity the beginning of June to come and institute pre-health care classes here at Coleman at 3100. So we have done that. So I'm proud to say that we have, as of today, 433 students enrolled in the courses here that are both core courses and pre-health science courses. So this is some of the, thank you. This is some of the promotion that we have done. And this is our reach. Through social media campaign, we have reached 55,000 viewers on YouTube. Our LinkedIn is steadily growing. Our Facebook reach is increasing, and our Instagram reach is now increasing. One of the things that we recognize at Coleman is that we know that we are a diamond, but what we're looking to do is allow the community to know how great the programs are there. So through our social media campaign, we're now getting more exposure in the social media arena and increasing our enrollment because of that. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Yeah. Any questions? Comments?
This is really great. I did get a chance to tour the facility here the other day when I was here, and it is really impressive to see 433 students on an evening and weekend program. I'd like to know if it's possible if we can have middle school and high school students to tour our facility, our AI and robotics, our Coleman College, and our science classes, and especially our kids who don't like school in high school, who need the skills and trades. But this Coleman College, Coleman's programs, their classrooms are really phenomenal. They really are. And it really helps the students to understand that nursing is not the only thing that we do. So I don't know how we can make that happen, but I've had a school to approach me and ask, can they have a tour? Can they bring students to our campus?
Absolutely. That's wonderful. We would love to do that. In fact, we used to have the college for kids in the summer at our colleges for the schools to partner with us for the young students to come in and to tour. It is really critically important because it helps them to then build upon the aspirations once they have an opportunity to find out more about the specialized programs that we have and what could be a pathway for them. So we would welcome that opportunity, and with our P16 group, that is certainly an initiative that we can then implement in order to ensure that we can invite the schools to come to see our 14 centers of excellence and to learn more about the programs that we have. I think that would be life-changing or life-altering for a lot of our young people who otherwise would not have that dream to aspire to, but we can help to provide that.
And I think Jane Long Middle School is the medical middle school.
Yes.
And I think it's the only middle school that has a program like it. So, and they actually came to our TSI boot camp. They brought buses of kids for our TSI boot camp. So they are intent on those kids following our Coleman College pathway.
Well, we will definitely reach out to that campus and invite them out. That is one of the initiatives that we're looking forward to for next summer, is to implement STEM camps for healthcare, starting at that age of 13, 14-year-olds and going upward.
And I have to brag, congratulations on the Braes Oaks opening of the CNA classroom.
Thank you so much.
It's amazing. I had to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Excellent presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone that presented. And unless the students experience it and see it, it's not going to happen. So that's a great idea. So there's no other comments, questions, concerns. Okay. The marketing committee is adjourned at
3:35 p.m.
Thank you very much. Next. You have 2-minute break to start on the next.
The special meeting for September 4, 2024 will now come to order at
3:41 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Now we'll have any citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak. Is there a motion to approve item A, ratify approval of resolution in memoriam of former trustee Bruce A. Austin?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bruce Austin had been trustee here for over 2 decades, and he, in some of those years, served as chair of the board. His service was last Friday, and this resolution is presented in memoriam of him for the board's approval. So I present it in support of the memoriam resolution, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chancellor. Any trustees have any comments they might want to? Dr. Vanderbilt Stalwart?
I actually served as Bruce's vice chair in 92. We were chosen in 1989 to serve on the first Houston Community College board together. And so it is a fitting tribute to ratify this approval. I am going to miss my friend. Even when I came back to the board, he and I had a long conversation, and I still have some of the initiatives that we talked about that I have yet to implement because he helped me to build a solid foundation in District 9. This was a very difficult service for me to attend because I talked with him frequently, and we always talked about the community at large and how HCC was going to be dominant through 2035 because he believed in this institution, and he gave all of the years to it to make sure. So I'm going to miss my friend. I'm going to miss my friend. And I would say to his son and daughter-in-law and 2 grandsons that he was truly an extraordinary man. He was a political titan, and he was an education master. And it's just he's leaving a huge void for this college and for this city. Even when he chaired the county community development, he was chair of that. And most people don't even know that he did that. And he brought about sweeping changes in community development for Harris County. So just say till we meet again, my friend.
Thank you, Dr. Vanderbilt.
I would like to echo my colleague to say that he was a man who dedicated himself to this college and to education and whole. It was wonderful to watch him work. He did leave a great legacy. It was a great service, and I was glad to attend, and I was glad to know him.
Thank you, Trustee Ward Johnson.
I also had the opportunity to serve with Bruce Austin, and we shared a lot of education stories and how we kept moving forward, can't give up, got to keep trying and keep reaching out to the community and the students. And also, I was also proud that he had served our country and by being in the Navy. So he was a proud veteran. So thank you.
Any other trustees? I'll just add a few remarks. I mean, former trustee Austin served this college for 24 years. He's the longest serving trustee for Houston Community College System. He was a big thinker who was a scholar and had ideas and had a way of wanting to work to help those ideas manifest into reality. I want to thank my colleagues who were in attendance along with myself. You've heard two of us who were here. I also want to thank Dr. Mike Edwards was there, Dr. Zach Hodges, Mrs. Farrell Prestige, and I know Sharon, you were there with us as well. I don't know whoever else, but I think it was real important that we had a strong showing. And this was for the service. I know that there were, and Chancellor was there as well. I might have been a little tardy. So, but thank you all. With that, did you want to add something, Chancellor?
Well, I just wanted to say that that was the same day that we had the instructional day at the Stafford Center. And so I was there with the faculty and with the instructional leaders, the executive administrators, and after that went to the repast, where I was able to also express my condolences and meet with his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren, and meet with members of the family as well. So while I was not at the service, I was at the repast. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Chancellor. We're now ready to vote on item A to ratify approval of resolution in memoriam of former trustee Bruce A. Austin. Voting is open.
Sharon, that's yes for me. This is Adriana.
Received.
2 minutes. Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Their motion to approve item B, cooperative contract awards for fiscal year 2025.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Fort Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is presented as a recommendation for your consideration for the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts under various cooperative purchasing programs using various suppliers for items and services that are needed. And this is presented to you in the board book and approved also in the fiscal year 2025 budget. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Mr. Atkin and Dr. Bentonfield to the podium to introduce the presenter and to answer all questions. Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, members of the board. So before you, we have several procurement contracts that we're requesting approval. A few things that I would note on these items. First, many of these are blanket orders. In other words, we will utilize these contracts on an as-needed basis throughout the year. These figures here represent the maximum amount that we would be able to utilize these vendors without additional approval from the board. These are also continuation of services that we have utilized in the past. Many of these contracts expired on August 31st, and we need these approved so that we can continue with some of these vital and critical services. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth.
So I noticed that you have multi-year contracts, and they're all for the same price. When we negotiate these, is that the guarantee that they will not increase the price per year as opposed to, or is this a lump sum and then averaged out over however many years each contract is presented?
So it depends on the specific item. If you look, for example, under Blackboard, you can see the FY25 contract, the 26 contract price, the 27 contract price. In that instance, the price is is contractually required to remain the same. There are other contracts where we're only looking at this year's portion, but this represents the totality of each contract under each vendor.
Okay, and so, Chancellor, you and I had a conversation about the first item.
Okay, the first item?
Yes, we did. We had a conversation about the first item.
America's to Go?
That's the last item. We also had a conversation about the last item. And thank you for the clarification on the last item because of that concern about being able to allow small businesses to better compete and participate here at the college. And I do understand that that entity is more of a gatekeeper entity It's an interesting way can you explain to the board? That's an interesting way as to how that is managed.
Okay, I'm going to ask Dr. Bendenfield, please, to respond to that question about both if you don't mind, Madam Trustee, the Cisco Catalyst as well as the Americas to Go. I would appreciate that. Mr. Bendenfield?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, trustees. With regard to America to Go, this is a facilitation entity, and so what it basically does is ensure that we capture the spend. We are looking on a go-forward basis at various methodologies to encourage more small business participation, but additionally making sure that we are actually tracking and managing the expenditure because we want to ensure that we're achieving best value for the system.
And then, it was interesting, the telecommunication, what is Rice University and Baylor College of Medicine doing? Or do we use that for Coleman College?
We do use Baylor College of Medicine, various not only facility usage agreements, but also technological agreements. I'll defer to Ms. Presage or Vice Chancellor Atkin on specifics for that, but I know that those are agreements that we have long-standing relationships because the medical center is its own entity.
Are indeed. They are indeed. And so the last question is the top value. So are we, and Trustee Cheban and I had a conversation concerning, are these maintenance items? Are these items to maintain where we are for line item 1?
If I may, Trustee and Madam Chancellor and trustees, these are maintenance items. These are items for existing software that that HCC currently uses, including all of our Cisco security software. The amount represents funding that will be used for end-of-life systems as well. For our system-wide technology replacement plan, it includes AV, UPS batteries, telephones, servers, physical and virtual, infrastructure routers, switches, our access point firewalls, security appliances, labs, employee devices, and student library loaners as well. We have a few inherent risks with some of the products and some of the contracts that we have in place. Those being security vulnerabilities if we're not able to, if we lose service as a result of not renewing contracts, compatibility issues, reduced reliability, reduced productivity, increased maintenance support costs, limited functionality, and an inability to leverage new technologies. And so these are existing contracts that we have in place, and it's, as was stated earlier, just a request to use the vendors that we are currently allowed to use per our procurement partners' recommendations and provisions, and it will allow us to continue services, existing services.
So that the hardware systems that are being purchased on line item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and what is offered through Carasoft and ServiceNow, which is the end-to-end transformation for IT services and infrastructure. So are we moving toward a cloud-based platform?
And so some of these, we do have some cloud-based platforms in place, and as a standard, we do cloud-first solicitation and expectations from any new vendors and any new products. The ServiceNow system is actually the system that we use to manage all of our service requests. And so that's our ITSM service management system. It allows us to handle management for our change management service catalog, for asset management, and for workflow automation of requests for information technology requests and other technology services as well.
Okay, and based on the enterprise risk management system for the IT internal audit, will that manage those issues that were brought up in the IT internal audit?
They absolutely will.
And the audit committee will be reading that. So I'll give you a heads up on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Wilson?
This is about 30 million. Just I added this up in my head, and we've got hardware and software and office supplies and food rolled into one vote here. I guess I'm not comfortable with not having enough detail.
Trustee Wilson, is there any particular detail you'd like the administration to perhaps see if they could provide now, or something to be able to?
Well, have we ever bid office products? Is the same firm we've had for as long as I can remember. I don't remember seeing a competitive bid on that. And the food contract, I don't know about that. And, you know,
Mr. Akin, if I may ask, so this item was brought together as an omnibus item to vote on this series of cooperative contracts.
Yes, that's correct. So these are annual agreements that we procure using cooperative contracts as opposed to a RFP or a bidding process in order to provide these basic essential services across the district on an annual basis.
So given where we are in some of the requests for information, and Chancellor, you can opine here, I don't know, Trustee Wilson, Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth, does it help if perhaps when this item comes to the full board for consideration, if there's perhaps a delineation between some of the software technology items, or does it all have to be omnibus? Chancellor, I don't know.
I think that's a very good comment that you made, Mr. Chair. And what I'd like is to invite Dr. Bedenfield to also respond to the question that you raised, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, in terms of grouping these together, because there was a previous one that was going to be brought during the last meeting, and that had been done consistently, where the items had been grouped together, and I asked for them to be separated, and he said it could have been defended either way. And so any comments you would like to make on that as we get to your comments?
Well, thank you, Chancellor. And again, I've been working very closely with Vice Chancellor Atkin to ensure that as we move forward, just because we've labeled things strategic procurements, that they are actually strategic. And so the way we've always done it doesn't necessarily mean the way that we should, and good enough isn't. And so in that principle, many of the CART services and sign language services, those interpreter services are lumped together in most public entities of higher education across the state. So if you do a brief research, you'll see that University of Texas does it, Sam Houston State, and a number of other higher education institutions lump them. In the future, we would like to, in keeping with your principles of excellence, separate some of these things to more appropriately address them for and tailor them to the Houston Community College system needs. In that sense, that's more of a perspective process, and for today, working with the Vice Chancellor, we know that there are some not to exceed thresholds within these cooperative contracts. They're pooled together because they are all cooperative contracts. So the mechanism of procurement is the same.
Thank you.
Dr. Benefield, so to better understand, because they're cooperative contracts, we sort of have to do them as a whole.
In principle, they are the same type of not to exceed contract that have been competitively bidded through a different process, and we're able to access them without utilizing HCC resources to sort of specifically delve into them.
Sure. So hypothetically, if some of the items were voted up through an amendment and some were not voted up today or they were delayed, do we still have access to the cooperative purchasing resource?
In the future, but some of these contracts are expiring or have expired, and we're working on some sort of exigent exceptions with those contractors to allow them to pursue or continue their services to the system.
Noted. And colleagues, if I may, I've been advised that, given that this is a special meeting, this is not something that would come to a separate board. It's not a consent agenda item. It would have to be voted up or down at this special meeting.
One of the challenges that I think that we have had with the overwhelmingly large contracts is, just as you said, it's because we've always done it this way. And that's not necessarily the way we should be doing it going forward. I agree with that. The request, for instance, for switches at $7 million, we've been making that request for a long time. This is minimal maintenance at best. This is not considering where we are going, because we've already agreed as a board with what the chancellor has presented, where we will go. And where we will go is not considered in at least two of these. But I digress. If these are not etched in stone, because I have to agree with my colleague, it gives one pause when the first time we see this, it was a few sentences explanation, and the second time we see it, everything adds up to be a perfect dollar value. I have a challenge with that. I'm expecting inventory. We do not have inventory. We don't have it. I spoke with you about what we need to do in order to better maintain hardware and software purchases. And I learned a couple of interesting things, a couple of loops that had to be closed because everything does not go through procurement. That's an issue. So without an assessment, which we have not had, without an inventory, which we currently do not have, this is why the questions came up. And you and I have had that, Mr. Chairman. We've had that conversation. How do we know what we need if we don't know what we already have? And how what we already have is declining or had its 5-year usefulness and standard operating procedure for a tech company. And we are literally fiscally spending as much money as a tech company would spend. That's what we're doing. So I believe the chancellor, when she explained this to me, that she will go into detail with her team and bring that back to us, because we have to see that. $30 million here, and then $30 million contracted services, and then $30 million. Pretty soon we're at that $467 million budget. So yes, I want to see what the chancellor and the team will do to bring us the appropriate information as these purchases go forth, because if it's my understanding, we're not going to be blanket purchasing these things. Am I correct in that?
We are willing to do whatever the board decides. That's number one. We're here to serve. I do want to indicate, though, that we have begun a major semester with major challenges confronting us. If any of these systems fail, that means we will not be able to continue to serve our students, which means then that as we approach fiscal year 26, we are farther behind. And I think that becomes problematic. If this has been approved the previous years, I understand perfectly what the board is saying about that was probably based upon the assessment of the board, not sufficient to approve these today. But if, on the other hand, they were approved previously, and we did not have the challenge for enrollment retention and completion that we have today, it would have been serious then, it's even more serious now. So it depends upon what the board decides. If we face failure in any of these systems, then of course it would not be good for our institution or for our students, and it would open up the door to all of the other vendors, higher education institutions that have, as we spoke about earlier, who've come into our service area to poach and or capture our student enrollments. So it is a question to ask. What do we do at this moment? What do we do at this moment? We are now 2.5 weeks into a new semester. Enrollment is up a little over 9%. According to the report that has come out nationally for community colleges, they're only up 2.6%. We're up 9%. We still have multiple enrollments that we will be in for Second Start, for flex entry classes, in order to capture the enrollments, yes, but to usher and shepherd our students through to success. I feel as though it really puts us at somewhat of a disadvantage for us to be working to bring students in, to make the promise to them that we're going to serve them, to have the baccalaureate degrees that we have been approved to offer as well, on top of everything else that we had in the past that we had to attend to not be able to effectively serve our students who come to us in good faith for the education and training that we can deliver to them. I think it will also, with respect to business and industry, raise a question about our capability. And while we are engendering the support, the confidence from our partners, and our desire to generate even more, what this would mean if we have a massive failure. So we are working at the will of the board. Whatever your desire is, that is what we will do.
Thank you for that, Chancellor. Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth, I just want you, I know you had quite a bit that you asked. I want to come to Trustee Cheben, but just to clarify, with the cooperative contracts, while we're issuing the authorization to make the purchases, they're not making all the purchases at one time. I did want to clarify.
That's a good, thank you for the clarification. And there's only one other thing I would add is that in the midst of all of the hardware and software, I'd like to see a formal assessment of where we are or where we're not. Because we do have the habit of catch as catch can. And this is why we had the discussion earlier about facilities deferred maintenance. The same thing, we catch as catch can. So thank you that it won't all be done at the same time, but also inventory and assessment are crucial to make sure that we make the right decisions concerning where we go from here, not 3 months from now, from here, 3 years from there. Because this board, at the end of the day, the administration will not be held accountable. This board will. So having a formal assessment, not an internal, we have an internal audit, having a formal assessment and having an inventory gives me greater confidence that we're headed in the right direction for hardware, software, and IT upgrades and retrofit. I would feel better. Okay.
Trustee Cheben.
Yeah, my question is kind of pulling on the thread that the Chancellor was laying out earlier, or just now. If we were to postpone this item or vote it down entirely, what breaks? Like, seeing in here, there's some items like the top line about, IT equipment and computer purchases. If we push that a couple weeks, we push it a couple weeks, that delays the receipt of the equipment by a couple weeks. I mean, not ideal, but it doesn't break things. It's a couple of week delay. On the other hand, if we don't adequately protect ourselves from cyber attacks with the Microsoft A5 security or upkeep our Oracle software licenses, that's a big deal. And that could cause large scale, challenges across the institution. So the question is, what in here is urgent for us to act on versus where can we tolerate a delay of a couple of weeks or a month so that we can, everyone on the dais can feel satisfied that they have the right amount of information to really feel good about some of these big dollar purchases.
This is Prestige. I'm sorry, before you respond, I think to really adequately capture that, there's a question about the cooperative contract as a whole, because that's sort of a sub-level question within the specific items. So I think the bigger question is regarding approval of the cooperative purchasing agreement through the state. Where are we if this does not pass today? I think we need to answer that question first, then have Farrell respond.
Right. One of the challenges is that the contracts that we have existing under these agreements may have expired for our particular use. But at the end of the day, one of the benefits of cooperative purchasing is it's just a tool in the toolbox, which means that we can access this and modify our access of it within the confines of the agreement. These are not to exceed thresholds, but we can negotiate lower pricing on certain items. Some items we cannot, but also we can address them on an ongoing basis. So I think the larger threat of not approving them is to deny us access to a potential tool. I'm an analogy person. We saved up for a new car, but you canceled our bus pass before we could buy it. So in this case, even if there's a better vehicle to get to our destination, for now, this is the tool that we, I believe, need now.
Okay.
Thank you. To respond to the question of those things that we'd have an issue with not having access to the service, the Oracle contract would definitely be a concern because that's HCC's ERP systems. That's for our finance, HR, and our student information system as well. Microsoft contract, there are numbers of uses throughout the institution with regard to that, that we utilize Microsoft services for, inclusive of Outlook, email services, et cetera. The ServiceNow contract, if that one were to be delayed or if we were in a point that we would not have access to that, at a point that we would not have access to that service, that prevents us from being able to manage our service tickets and requests that come in to the department for across the institution for technology services. And so the initial contract, the one that has all of the Dell products, all of the Apple products, all of the Cisco products, that one would, the issue there would be we would probably have to halt some of the activities that we have for repairs and replacements and some of the projects that we have that are currently being worked on for replacements. Some of the hardware and software that we use in our labs, the devices that we offer to employees, we'd have to extend the length of time that we actually have on those devices for end of life. And we're already at end of life and end of service as well, which means not only can we not have replacements, but we won't have opportunities for repairs and for upgrades for security vulnerabilities and for that level of software. So those are the things that it actually introduces some concerns for. The contracted IT staffing services, those are projects that are being worked on by consulting contracts or by consultants that we've hired via consulting contracts. And so we would likely have to halt or prolong some of those activities as well.
To the earlier question that Trustee Van Dibble Stalwart asked, where are we in terms of inventory?
And so we've done internal inventories, and I think the reference was from some previous meetings, previous requests from some time ago. At one point, the IT department did not have responsibility for all technology. And so we've moved over the course of the years, particularly since I've been in this position, that we've moved to those assets that are now at least manage from an asset management and inventory perspective, and with our procurement partners as well, that we have a better opportunity to manage and know that those devices are being purchased, whether it's with a grant or whether it's with funding from another department. And so we've moved to processes and protocols that allow the IT department to manage those efforts and that activity. We've done the same thing as under Chancellor Ford Fisher with regard to software as well. And so now the IT department has an opportunity to do that and to ensure that all of the inventory is documented in our ServiceNow system, and that we have asset management and alignment between assets and inventory that is in the PeopleSoft system and else in our ServiceNow system as well.
I understand the concern, but I know that we're upon a deadline, and the deadline was August 31st for many of these programs. And we've had this conversation every year when it comes about, and we've had questions, and we all say, well, in the middle of the year, we're going to go over it again and see how we can streamline, change it. You know, like that America to Go for at least 4 years or 3 years for sure. I've always complained against it because it is not helping our small business. Our small business cannot afford to pay the fee for America to Go. And so, you know, we continue using it. I don't agree with it, but if that's all they brought forward to us, then that's the one that we're going to use. So I know, I hear everyone, but I want to make sure that our college moves forward, and with the IT, everything is so it's so delicate that, you know, we can't afford not to go through with this collaborative. And so you know, just we need to support the chancellor and the programs that we have there, and we continue to look for something that's going to be less expensive. That's my thought on this. Thank you.
Question, and it was Stalwart.
So having said that, and that was one of my major issues, we don't necessarily have to do the entire amount. There are options. Even though that amount is on the table for that particular item, we don't have to go that full route. There's something else that we can look at, because that is my concern. It is a challenge for small business to participate. It is a barrier rather than a boon for them. So if that is handled in a formal inventory and moving through IT based on where we want to go, rather than just standardized maintenance assessment of where we want to be versus what we have to get there, I can support this as long as those things come behind it.
That would be a huge sigh of relief for us. And it would be a morale boost for members of our team as well, who've been working so hard to reach out to the communities. I thank you so very, very much for that, and will absolutely guarantee you that we will bring all of what you have requested back to the board in detail. And so we would appreciate your support on this very, very much as we continue to move forward, because there is an energy in all parts of HCC that I have not seen in years. And I've been here for 40 years now. People are excited. They're excited about the possibilities, and they're working hard. And so I think this will help them to feel absolutely confident in the work that they're doing, while it is making a difference, that they also have the full support of the Board of Trustees.
Thanks for that, Chancellor. Just to put a finer point on it, the America to Go, is that sort of a master concessionaire?
It's more of a programmatic management system. So it is, I would agree with you in that conceptualization, but overall, it is a way for us to capture and manage spend. But again, we are looking at it.
And Ms. Prestige, regarding the inventory, given the explanation that you've offered with PeopleSoft and ERP and the whole bit, we could reasonably expect that the questions raised by my colleagues can be addressed in terms of giving us a real sense of where we are today with inventory, so that with any subsequent spend that ensues as a result of this item, it would just be a continuation of where we already are, and that can give trustees comfort in having at least an overview understanding of where we are in terms of our IT assets.
Absolutely, and we actually have that as a part of our replacement plan, which is how we came up with the current request.
Chancellor, I'm sure you make that available for the trustees.
Of course, absolutely. Thank you so very much. We'll indeed do that.
Trustee Wilson.
I guess I don't fully understand how these cooperative agreements work, but, there's several things that didn't set well about deadlines. If we have deadlines that were running out at the end of this month, why weren't we looking at these 2 or 3 months or 6 months before? Number one, and, it says in here, the method of procurement enables HCC to be most competitive in our acquisition strategy, reduce cost. Show me how it does that. I don't understand how it does that. The grouping together of so many of these in kind of a basket of different type topics, and you can't vote against one. You got to vote either the whole thing down or the whole thing up. I don't have comfort in the all or nothing type approach to this. And once this board votes and those questions aren't asked, this board has lost control of that money in that procurement. So I personally would like to see more detail, and I would like to see them broken out in individual, and I would like to see an assessment. Is there not some way hard bidding some of this could get us a better price than a cooperative? I haven't seen that. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. And thank you, Trustee, for that point. One of the challenges is exactly what you mentioned, which is breaking it down. Pooled purchasing or aggregate purchasing is intended to provide maximum value because entities like the Department of Information Resources bid this out for pricing for entities to bid for every state entity or political subdivision, which means that if you're buying 10 of something, the Costco model comes into play, right, where things are a little bit cheaper than they might be at a boutique store. So in theory, it is cheaper, but we should, of course, demonstrate to you how we are resolving that expenditure of funds. So I agree with you on that. But pooled purchasing, again, much like bulk stores or any sort of aggregate spend, is intended to, in theory at least, will be cheaper because you're buying more of something across state agencies and political subdivisions.
If I can just add to that, I try to simplify things to my understanding. The state of Texas goes out and solicits pricing, sort of an inventory of different items that it would want to purchase through these different vendors. And the state says, rather than each of my local subdivisions trying to buy from you directly, I'll be the super warehouse, Sam's on steroid, Costco. We'll negotiate price. You're selling to me by the boatload versus those who might buy it by the bucket. So as a consequence of that, we're leveraging the bigger contracts that the state has negotiated with these suppliers. And that's based on the theory that the state got a better price because they're buying by the boatload versus us buying by the bucket. Is that roughly a good
100%
explanation?
correct.
Applies to the office supplies too, and the food with America to Go?
That is the theory. Yes, yes, trustee.
No, I didn't ask theory. I asked specifically on those two items, the office supply and the American to Go. Is that what happened there? The state negotiated contracts with them?
Well, we don't only use state contracts. Sometimes it's other political subdivisions, such as the Harris County Department of Education, or some specific cooperative entity. So yes, that is what happens on paper. Again, it is up to us. And on a go-forward basis, I assure you, we are looking at ensuring, for example, that if we have a negotiation provision, that we are exercising it. Sometimes we'll have a provision where we can potentially negotiate a lower price, but we accept the price because it is less than what we could individually procure. So in the point of the Sam's Club super discount, we look at that, but we may still be able to shop around within that cooperative purchasing or with that vendor, such as Tejas or America to Go. And on a go-forward basis, we will do that, trustee.
And so if somebody's running a Labor Day special that competes against the office supplier of that, and the price just happens to be cheaper, are we stuck with having to buy it from the office supply company here, or can we go procure it from the special offer?
Yes, we can definitely procure from other sources. We're not locked in. This is a tool in the toolbox.
So you could do like the Best Buy price match. Essentially, that's what Trustee Wilson is saying.
Yes.
All right, we're all on the same page there. I think it would be helpful to revisit this, Chancellor, just on the whole, irrespective of what the vote outcome is, that we're checking on this as time goes to say, hey, look, we bought this, but when we looked at Black Friday, don't go stand in line or anything. I'm just saying, online, Cyber Monday, that we are maintaining that cost competitiveness and constantly scanning the environment. Trustee Cheban.
There are set numbers in here. We're going to spend $1,679,550 with America to Go.
No, trustee, these are not to exceed thresholds based on historic spend. So these are not guaranteed expenditure amounts.
So by approving this item, we're not guaranteeing that any of it has to be spent. It just gives you access to spend it in this manner.
Correct.
So in theory, you could spend $500,000 out of that 1.6 and decide, hey, we scanned the environment, something better came, and we can exercise that option.
You're absolutely correct. Thank you, trustee.
Trustee Cheban.
I have two procedural. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Adriana.
I think it's important to note also, and to maybe a bit to elaborate for the staff to elaborate on what the co-op is. Not that my colleagues don't know, obviously they do, but there's all of these vendors, whether they're small business vendors or larger entities, whatever it may be. There are a lot of people to choose, a lot of entities to choose from in this co-op. What the co-op saves us from is using our human resources, if you will, and time in the vetting process and the RFPs and all that vetting and what have you. And that's already been done for us when you work with a co-op. But from that co-op, there are just a slew of vendors that you choose from based on, what we feel, what you look at in terms of qualifications, and we can still look at pricing and all of those things. It's the vetting and all the motions you go through and the time that's spent in doing that. Am I correct in saying that?
You are, trustee. You are correct. In addition, saving vendors time and money as well.
Yeah, I think it's important to remind us of that. It's not like it's one vendor that you're looking at. We use co-ops all the time because it saves us all this time. But then we also can choose from a wide array of potential vendors from all walks of life. So But thank you.
Trustee Cheevan.
I've got two procedural questions. So first, we still have, and these are probably more aimed at the legal eagles on the dais versus to y'all, so apologies. We still have the tools of Robert's Rules of Order at our disposal, right? Like we can divide the question and extract and debate separately, so we're not obligated.
That is correct.
Yeah, so that's just want to make sure, like if we feel an undue amount of angst over any of these specific items, we can divide the question and vote on them separately. Just want to make sure that's still okay. The other thing I wanted to clarify is I know that the board approval policy requirements are different for an approved cooperative contract versus other procurement. So if we were to approve these items today, what are the board touch points on this going forward? Like, is there a policy requirement to come back to the board if we elect to purchase $5 million worth of the IT equipment in the top bucket, or with us having approved this omnibus item, is that blanket approval and the college system can purchase as they see fit underneath that $15.2 million cap?
That is the understanding, is that you are approving a threshold, and then you'd allow the subject matter experts in IT to manage the various software and hardware. You'd allow the campus managers and college operations officers and those individuals to access America to Go up to that threshold.
Trustee Cheevan, because we are the board, as a policy matter, we could stipulate this with certain reporting requirements, if that pleases the board.
Another, on the first item with Dell, it's 15 million. Okay. If we allocate that money, in our budget, does our budget have that set aside?
It does. So part of the reason that increased from last year to this year is because of the additional $5 million that was allocated as part of the budget for IT infrastructure repair and replacement. And so this is reflective of the amounts that were approved as part of the budget for this upcoming year. And so none of these items would be outside of the expected spend for the institution.
Okay, and let's say we decide we only need 14 million, or the staff makes that decision and it takes care of all our needs for firewall and switches and servers, et cetera, then where does that money gets put in? It hadn't been spent for the budgeted year?
So we approved the $467 million. Up to that amount, administration has the ability or the right under policy to potentially reallocate that for other spend. We still have to follow procurement procedures, and so those items would have to, if we were to spend it on something else, would still come to the board for approval. But our limits are the total amount of the budget, not individual line items.
So the budget supersedes?
It does.
Okay, good. Okay. And let's say somebody comes along with a different server that's cheaper than this Dell. Can you then reallocate the money from buying their product to the cheaper one that's a better one? And I'm not just them, and all of these other categories too.
So with the blanket orders, yes, we have the ability to use the service or not use the service. So if we were to find a different service or a different product that we liked better from a different vendor, we could certainly proceed with that procurement process. If that particular purchase then exceeded the dollar thresholds for board approval, we would have to bring that back to you. So this process that we're going through right now is to streamline these regular operational functions from a procurement and approval process so that we can move throughout the year without having to prepare and return to the board every single month for updates on these purchases, which we would do when we're talking about, a $15 million spend.
All right. I appreciate that. I guess, it gets down to, we can talk about this and look at every dollar and penny, but I guess it gets down to trusting the chancellor and her staff to spend the school's money properly. So I guess I'm all right with this.
Any, Trustee Cheban?
No, just one final thought is, Trustee Davies, I'm intrigued by your comment about maybe putting some additional guardrails around this in policy. It does freak me out a little bit that we're going to authorize $15 million to spend, and there's no requirement on updating the board on how that's spent in real time, especially when we know that our IT and software procurement efforts are going to be a flashpoint, not only this year, but over the next 5 years. There's just a lot of technical debt to clean up there. And it's a large blank check that we're authorizing. So I think I agree, Dr. Ford Fisher, with the urgency of now, but I think we shouldn't use that as excuse year after year after year. We should clean this mess up in the next couple of months so that we don't have to do this again.
So, Chancellor, so that the board doesn't have to contort itself, could we just make the request of the administration that on a bi-monthly basis, we're getting updates on the spend on this item?
Absolutely. We will deliver.
I don't know how to turn this on.
You have to clap
It's on?
twice
Okay.
and jump twice. No.
Oh, good. That's not embarrassing at all. For clarification purposes, is that something the board would like to see in the weekly administrative brief or in a board meeting? I just want to make sure that we're clear for the minutes and also for the administration.
I'd say unless...
I think a board meeting. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Correct, I'd say public board every 2 months, so that it's not belaboring our agenda.
Thank you for clarifying.
Everyone okay with that? Under the Chancellor's report? Yeah.
Yes.
We are now ready to vote on item B, cooperative contract awards for fiscal year 2025. Voting is now open.
Your vote?
It's a yes.
Okay, received.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
We thank you so very, very much, Mr. Chair and the board, for your confidence in us. We will not
It's
disappoint
worth all
you.
the
Thank you.
comments.
Absolutely. All right, is there a motion to approve item C, communication access, real-time translation services, project number RFP 24-46?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the item? There is discussion. Chancellor, did you want to present or anything on that first? And then Trustee Cheban, you want the Chancellor to go first, then we come to you? Okay.
Thank you so very, very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is presented to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract with Capture It Unlimited Incorporated to provide on-site communication access, real-time translation in support of counseling and ability services. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Dr. Dill, Mr. Atkin, and Dr. Benfield to answer all of the questions. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Atkin? Okay.
So one thing that I would like to mention before we get to questions on this, in the past, we have always competed these services together. So sign language and CART services as one competition, which we did in this case as well. However, based on the scores and the division of services, it actually saves us about $50,000 a year to award the sign language and interpretive services to one vendor and the CART services to another. And so with that, I would take any questions.
So y'all know I love our AI department. And when I was reading through the description of this felt like an amazing prompt for a project-based learning opportunity for our AI department. I'm curious, have y'all explored that at all? I mean, if we can take $600,000 and move it toward PBL versus giving it to an outside vendor to provide a necessary service, I'd rather do that. Just from what I've seen of our AI department, they could whip together an MVP of a tool that does this probably overnight, and we'd have students that would have an amazing learning experience in so doing. Not to say that we'd do that right away, because I'm sure there are compliance reasons that we couldn't shut this tap off right now, but again, as an exploration so that we can save this money in future budget cycles, I think would be hugely beneficial.
I would like to invite Dr. Hollyman Douglas to comment on that.
Thank you. Would you repeat the question, please?
No, just reading through the description of this contract, I feel like our AI department in particular could whip up a tool that could do exactly this for a heck of a lot less than $600,000, and then our students would get great experience in so doing. So just curious if that was explored. I mean, certainly the real-time translation, I mean, I've seen ChatGPT do that live. I know the sign language is probably a little bit more complicated, but nothing that our AI overlords can't solve in the next couple of months. So just curious if we've explored it and what that might look like.
So we have not explored that as of yet, but that is an area that we could definitely look into, for sure.
If I could also add, these are also blanket orders. So this is a pay-as-we-go service. We're not going to cut a check for $600,000 now. We will use this to pay for these services periodically throughout the year. So hypothetically, if we were to investigate it and develop a service like that we could bring online later during the course of the year, we could implement that at any point once we felt confident that we could duplicate these services without any negative consequences or impacts to our performance services that we need these things for.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So, Mr. Atkin, it sounds like you might have an update for us before year end on that. Okay, I misheard you. Sorry. Okay. Yes.
Yes,
Please
I
identify
also
yourself for the record.
like to comment on it. It is, if we are to, this is an excellent idea to explore the AI kind of technology, but given where we stand, we have not started that work. So we just want to make sure that there are no gaps. And in the interim, we do have solution for this. So this is just for your consideration. Thank you.
Sharon, did she need to identify herself for the record? The last speaker? Okay. All right. Any other questions? We are now ready to vote on item C, Communication Access Real-Time Translation Services. Voting is open.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Received.
Adriana Tomaz.
Thank you. Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve? It's 7. Chancellor, we're about to give you a vote up here, you know. No. Is there a motion to approve item D, Sign Language Interpreter Services?
So moved.
There a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any, Chancellor, any presentation on it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, this item is presented to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract with Visual Language Professionals, LLC, to provide on-site and video remote sign language interpreter services in support of counseling and ability services. And this is one of the two items that was coupled previously, but we decided to separate them to bring them back to the board. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Mr. Atkin and Dr. Bedingfield and Dr. Adil to answer all questions, please. Mr. Atkin.
Are there any questions regarding this item?
Okay. Hearing none, we are now ready to vote on item D, Sign Language Interpreter Services. Voting is open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6-0. Dr. Timmons is not on for the vote.
This special meeting of the Houston Community College System Board of Trustees will now adjourn to a closed executive session under the Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and/or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act, as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final vote, action, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in the closing meeting, such final action, considered in the closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting adjourned to closed session at
4:46 p.m.
And, Mr. Chair
Yes.
and members of the board, the staff members are free. Please stay. This is a special committee, yes.
open portion of this meeting of this special meeting of the Houston Community College System Board of Trustees reconvened at
5:58 p.m.
their motion regarding item E, consideration of proposed settlement regarding Southern District of Texas Houston Division Civil Action 4.19-CV02928 Westside Ventures Limited versus Houston Community College System District et al.
So move.
Second.
Just to clarify, there's a motion to approve or decline?
The motion is to approve.
The motion is to approve. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the item? Okay, if there's no further discussion on the item, trustees will now cast their vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion fell with a vote of 1 in favor and 5 opposing.
All right. The special meeting is adjourned at
6:00 p.m.
the committee of the whole meeting for September 4, 2024 will now come to order at
6:00 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the committee of the whole. We will begin with item A, review of current investment portfolio structure. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item provides a review of the current investment portfolio and, if necessary, to adopt a recommendation to hedge yield in view of anticipated downward pressure on interest rates. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I will ask Mr. Atkin, who will introduce the presenter of the item and will address all questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Atkin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to introduce Ms. Emily Upshaw, the representative from our consulting firm, Valley View Consulting, who will walk you through the presentation, after which we can take any questions. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Upshaw. I'm with Valley View Consulting. We're an investment advisory firm. We work with many public funds, very similar to Houston Community College. So we were requested to come in and provide an assessment of the current portfolio, provide our take on where the market's headed and how that might impact your portfolio, and address some recommendations that you could use moving forward. So first of all, for the economic update, we've had a lot going on in the market, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of headlines. In general, the market is coming back into what we would say is a normalization. That's a term that the FOMC has been throwing around. So when they come out and they have their meetings, they've been talking about how inflation and employment are really normalizing from what we saw. During the COVID era, we had a lot of jobs that were lost during that time period. And subsequent to that, when the lockdowns ended, we had a lot of surges in employment. So those employment numbers were very, very high relative to history. So we're starting to come back into more normal levels. So all of that's positive news. Inflation was also a very big struggle. We had high inflation, and the FOMC was raising the Fed funds rate very, very quickly so they could address it, and it has since started coming back down. They have their 2% goal. We're not quite there yet, but they have more confidence now that we're moving that direction. So all indications is that we will likely have our first Fed funds rate cut come September. So September 18th will be the announcement date. So we might see a 25 basis point decrease At least that's what the market is anticipating at this point. The housing supply issue is likely to continue. Across the state of Texas, we've seen it with high housing prices. That was during COVID. We had people moving around to the suburbs, and it increased the property values. There just wasn't enough supply to keep up with all of the demand. So we will likely still have that issue because there's still limited supply, and there's still a lot of people that would like to get into a home. But with the high mortgage rates, it's been very difficult on affordability. So that will likely continue to be a problem, but it's only solved when the market actually makes its own correction. Consumerism is slowing, so 70% of our economy is driven by consumers. When those start to slow, that's actually something that the FOMC would like to see. They want to pump the brakes on the economy currently, so that way we can return those inflation numbers down back to the normal levels. So that's not necessarily bad news, but it is something that's occurring. Consumers appear to be slowing their spending. And then finally, the Fed funds rate cut is likely. The FOMC met at their symposium in Montana, and after that meeting, they held a press conference, and Chair Powell essentially said September looks to be the day that we will actually make our first cut. So we're all anticipating that because we haven't had a change since July of 2023. They've had those rates very, very high. Treasury yield curve is always important to look at, particularly when you're looking at the market that you can participate in, since you are governed by the Public Funds Investment Act. So that July 30 of 2024, that's where we are currently. Rates have dropped off from where they were 1 year ago in the short term, so the overnight and out to about 5 years. It was a little bit higher 1 year ago. That blue line was 1 year ago. April was just 3 months ago, so we've seen a pretty significant drop just between 3 months. It will likely continue that the overnight and the short-term rates will come down when the FOMC makes those decisions. So because the college invests basically between overnight and 3 years, that will directly impact the market that you can invest in. We included this chart just to give you a history so you could see the historic impact we have had recently with the FOMC's movements. So you'll see on this chart we have the 6-month T-bill and the 2-year Treasury note, the red and the blue. Essentially, your portfolio operates between those two rates. So those are the more of the indicators that the college might look at. But you can see here when we had the subprime mortgage crisis in 2007, 2008, rates started coming down. They were held low for a very, very long time. We started gaining momentum, so the rate increased in 2016, 17, 18. When the economy started to stall a little bit in 2019, the Fed started cutting rates, and then they had their emergency meeting in March 2020 when COVID hit, and they reduced rates back down to zero. Since then, the economy's improved, so in 2022, they started raising rates to fight inflation, and that's when we saw the historic increase to that Fed funds rate. Came up very, very quickly. That is not the norm, but they really needed to fight inflation. So that has actually benefited your portfolio. All of the investments that you had at the time were very liquid, and those went up when those rates shot up as well. So that actually benefited you as your investment portfolio was set up at the time. So the policy, it's important to always remember, safety of principal is key. That's the number one goal. Then you have to maintain liquidity, make sure you can pay your bills on time. Maintaining the public trust, you want everyone to continue to trust what the college is set out to do. And then risk is the final goal. It's not the first goal. So you don't want to chase yield, but it is a factor. Currently, your policy is set up for a maximum maturity of 3 years and a maximum weighted average maturity of 2 years. We included this just so you could see it's a pretty reliable pattern that you've got. And this is pretty common with community colleges. You'll bring in a lot of your tax revenue in that February-March timeframe. Then the rest of the year, you are typically spending down. So that's a pretty common pattern. You may see a little bit of change as you get the new state appropriations funding schedules, but the overall outflow would probably be pretty consistent. Your weighted average yield, as I mentioned, really benefited from those FOMC Fed funds moves. So from June 2022, you were down under 1%. By the end of June 2024, you were over 5% yield in your portfolio. For the composition, we just included this so you could see where you were in 2022. Very liquid. You had a lot in local government investment pools and money market funds. And then when you fast forward to June of 2024, you added a little bit more in treasuries and agencies. And the goal will be to continue adding those fixed income investments. So that way you can benefit from the higher yields that you have now and hold on to them for a longer period of time. So we've discussed with staff and we had some recommendations to come up on how to appropriately lock in some of those investments. So what we want to do is continue increasing laddered investments. So the fixed income ladder is what we always talk about with our clients. We want to have essentially maturities occurring on a monthly or quarterly basis to make sure you have funds coming in the door in time to pay your bills. So that's the overall goal with a laddered investment. It really hedges against rate decreases. So now that we know the FOMC is going to cut rates, we want to hedge against that and lock in those long-term rates for as long as possible. It helps stabilize the budget. You are able to anticipate the interest income that you're bringing in, so it makes budgeting easier. And you want to target your cash outflow periods just to make sure you have cash on hand. The ultimate goal that we recommended at this time was to build towards 50% or greater ladder in fixed income investments. You want to prepare the portfolio for when those FOMC moves actually occur. One item to consider was large collateralized bank deposits, money market accounts and CDs specifically. Money market accounts are liquid, just like a local government investment pool would be. It's overnight funds. There is a 6 withdrawal limitation to it per month, but usually that's not an issue for folks that are using it for fixed income. But really it gives you an increased yield over the pools that you have and the securities that are out there. Also with bank products, your market value and book value are the same, so you don't actually end up with any fair value adjustments at the end of the year that impact your financials. And generally, we have seen that CDs are outperforming securities in the out to 12 months. Banks are a little bit hesitant to offer rates beyond that because, like us, they're not sure where the FOMC is headed, so they don't want to lock themselves in. But when you are able to get CDs, you can typically lock in 10 to 30 basis points above a security. So we discussed with staff some options there. One of the things that they've actually already addressed, we said to diversify local government investment pool options to avoid system risk and the risk return levels of commercial paper pools. They've actually already taken those steps. So they have multiple pools set up so you can avoid system risk. And they also have government and commercial paper pools set up so you have a little bit more diversity there. But in general, and I know I'm speaking very quickly, but we just want you to anticipate the lower rate environment that's coming and be prepared for it. So staff is ready to go ahead and take those steps to get that portfolio ready for the future.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Questions, colleagues? Trustee Wilson?
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Emily Upshaw.
Well, Emily, we've got used to the 5%, so we're not going to accept 4. So
I know, I know, it's rough.
You're going to have to do something.
But it is important to keep in mind that when you go out for fixed income, you will be locking in lower rates than those liquid investments.
Nope, I'm not going to accept that.
No.
Colleagues? I have just a couple of questions. If you go up to slide number 3. I know you talk about the laddered investment strategy, obviously between, April and now, there's been a decline even in the 2-year options. Mm-hmm. So how much did we move over between April, and I don't know if this is a Jacob Atkin question, but between April and July, how much of our total pool of resources? It seems like at any given moment we're maintaining about $300 million or so in our balance based on the chart in our total portfolio book value based on the chart on slide 6. So how much of that was allocated prior to getting here, where we've seen about a 75% basis point decline in the return?
So the ratio between our laddered fixed investments and our liquid investments has fluctuated between 25 and 35% of our portfolio. We've grown it from 25 to about 35% currently during the course of the last calendar year.
And when we're considering fixed income, are we talking money market and the U.S. Treasuries?
Money market, CDs, U.S. Treasuries, and Treasury bills. We have very few CDs right at the moment, so it's primarily T-bills and Treasuries.
Treasuries. So just for my edification here, it looks like in June of 2022, that's on slide 8, that we had 17% in money market funds, 19% in U.S. Treasury, so that was about 38% of the total portfolio. And now in June of 2024, we're about 37%. So what?
So it depends on when the items mature. So from 1 month to the next, there's some fluctuations. But for a long time, we have tried to maintain a 35-65% split, with as low as 25%, but usually around 35%. We currently, based on the recommendations from Valley View Consulting, are considering increasing that to maybe 55% laddered, fixed laddered, and 45% liquid investments.
And where are we on that path towards that 55% laddered? Where are we exactly now?
So we are in the process of working with local banks to get the best prices that we can on CDs and money market accounts, with the hope of doing around $50 million in CDs, $30 million in agency certificates, and then $20 million in Treasury certificates. Of course, we're trying to do this as prudently as we can, as the market has already built in to pricing the expected cuts that are coming later this month.
Just again, did we take some of these actions as early as April, or are we just waiting until now to take some of these specific actions? You're describing a $100 million pool, but I don't know, were there other pools that we reallocated around April?
So with our goal of 35% for fixed income, that fluctuates based on maturities of those fixed income investments, but we have never ventured beyond 35%. Now, over the last several years, our cash balances have increased, so liquidity has become less of a concern, right? We tried to maintain 65% in the past because of liquidity concerns, but with the growth of our investment portfolio, we can reasonably reduce that amount, still maintain adequate liquidity for our own ongoing operational needs, and invest in fixed income. On the way up, it actually worked to our benefit to be very liquid because we enjoyed an immediate increase in our returns. On the way down, we're trying to take advantage by increasing our investments in fixed income. To your point, it would have been better to take this risk in April than it is to do it right now. But we're going to do it right now because we didn't do it in April.
I do recall one trustee making mention of that a few months back, about thinking about that then. My general recollection, but yeah. Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you. I think that item was for report only. Anything else, Chancellor? Nothing else. Okay, so no action is required. Okay. Do you need a gavel? No. Okay. No, I do. Is there a motion to approve item B, monthly investment reports, financial statements, and budget review for July 2024? Is there a second? Second. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is presented to recommend for your consideration to accept the monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for July 2024. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Jacob Atkin to the podium to provide an overview and to answer questions. Mr. Atkin.
Thank you. So we will go through this very quickly. There were no unexpected changes to our financial performance from June to July. As you can see, ad valorem taxes up 6.1, tuition and fees up 6.5. State appropriations are on target. I will mention that we've only received our fast payment for fall semester. The coordinating board will not be issuing the fast payment for spring or summer until sometime during this fiscal year, which is the difference between the 96.8% and what we had originally budgeted. Our investment earnings are up to $19.5 million through the end of July. By the end of August, we expect to be over $21 million, which would be our all-time highest return on our investments. To reiterate what was just mentioned, the fundamental shift on our liquidity and yield investment from 64.36 to 55.45 will take place over the next month. And finally, in terms of expenses, we expect to be healthily under budget at the end of this fiscal year. We still have yet to receive notice from the state regarding our annual adjustment for our employment benefits with the state. In the past, that could be as much as $10 or $12 million. Right now, we're still estimating that we should be under budget by around $10 million at the end of this fiscal year. With that, I would take any questions.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Cheatham.
In the appendix, I noticed that our total revenues dropped by about $3.2 million between the last report and this one. Just curious what was driving that. Normally, they move the other direction month to month. So,
which line are you referring to?
so on slide, the total revenues at the very bottom. That was that was 452 and change last month.
452 last month?
Yeah.
I'll need to look into that. Our revenue shouldn't have dropped from last month to this month.
Okay. Thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Trustee Venable Stallworth. Yes.
the state appropriations, the 66.4 million, is this the hold harmless?
So we exceeded hold harmless during the year. So that was up slightly from hold harmless. And we expect to be above the hold harmless for this fiscal year as well.
Okay.
But to be perfectly candid, we're close to that threshold.
Any other questions? Okay. There being no questions, we are now ready to vote on item B, monthly investment reports, financial statements, and budget review for July 2024. Voting is open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. We'll move to item C, update on the strategic plan. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item provides an update on the strategic plan that identifies the 5 priorities that were specified by the Board of Trustees. And so with your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Dr. Andrea Burrish to provide an overview and to answer all questions. Dr. Burrish, please.
Thank you, Chancellor, Board of Trustees. Today we are providing an annual update on the strategic plan, which is focused on the strategic priorities set by the Board of Trustees. This slide was originally presented on September 15th, 2020, and set the metrics, baseline, and goals for the strategic plan. The baseline values presented at the time were based on the most recent data. Importantly, the low values are not intended to be targets. As part of Standard 8.1, SAC-COC requires that institutions designate minimum thresholds of acceptability. While targets change every year, it is not expected that minimum thresholds would be updated as often. The next slides depict HCC's progress on these strategic plan metrics. The gray bars illustrate the threshold, long day, to the high region on the prior slide. You can see throughout, it is only in the last year or two that HCC's metrics have improved. So I'll head through those. I know you've had time to review this. Importantly, recent data indicates that we have also seen growth in the fall-to-fall retention rate of about 2% this year as of official day. The placement rate, which I'd like to focus on for a minute, is a true lag measure. These rates are published in the Coordinating Board's Higher Education Almanac. The rates depicted were for employment in 2022 and were published in the 2023 Almanac. The 2024 Almanac has not been published yet. We expect to see it near the start of the legislative session. Importantly, the 2022 data does indicate a necessary focus on placement rates. In this slide, the red horizontal lines are the threshold values, and the workforce graduate rates of 2022 are below what was designated as that minimum threshold. So as such, we have been focusing on strategic programming specifically to improve the metrics, and you can see that improvement in the recent data, and particularly those placement rates. The personalized learning pathways, the Gulf Coast Regional Apprenticeship Expansion, Houston GPS, Texas Talent Strong Pathways, and other programs are all focused on increasing those placement rates. So a centerpiece of HCC's student success strategy is a quality enhancement plan, which is central to HCC's accreditation, so I will provide a brief update on this initiative. HCC's QEP is Personalized Learning Pathways, which focuses on student success in 4 areas, in the student advising and engagement, professional development, alignment and integration of data and information systems, and implementation of coordinated interventions. Institutions must assess their progress on the QEP and report this progress at their 5th year interim report. So the QEP process is important to HCC's accreditation. So much of the early work of the QEP focused on onboarding, advising, and engagement strategies. The Community College Survey of Student Engagement, or the CESI, is one measure that HCC has used to measure its progress. When we look at academic advising, where a lot of the focus has been, we do see progress on this measure. Back in 2022, 30% of students said that they had not met with their advisor either in person or online. That has now been reduced by 5 percentage points, and we see more students meeting with their advisor more regularly. Additionally, we talked about career plans being a focus. Another item on the CESI is whether students have talked about a career plan with an instructor or an advisor. We see that we've reduced the number of students who have never talked about career plans by 7% in the last 2 years. So we see more frequent conversations about the career plans, which we hope will lead to improvements in the transfer and placement rates. We also, when we track the fall-to-fall and fall-to-spring persistence rates with the QEP, you can see that as we move into year 3, we are in fact seeing those increases that the QEP was hypothesized to bring. So on the other hand, when we look at students' utilizations across the board of services, while we see increases in library resources and academic advising, we see decreases in the other services, which leads us to the MyHCC Pathways tool. During the Academic Affairs Committee, Dr. Ramos described this tool, but it is intended to connect students with faculty and student services staff so that they can discuss their career plans, receive guidance, and be referred to support services as appropriate to help them reach their goals. This is currently in the pilot phase and is being expanded each semester. So the hope is that as the My Pathways tool is expanded, that it will in fact help students better connect with both their faculty and student services personnel and help us close the loop to ensure that students do access the services that are critical to their success and make connections with HCC personnel who will serve to connect with them in those meaningful ways that help students to persist. Thank you. Questions?
Yes, questions, colleagues?
I have a comment. The metrics are outstanding. We can actually see the growth. We actually understand where we need to grow, and we can see how the administration is moving that needle forward. So excellent. This is excellent, Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Laredo?
That's why I think it's so important that as our students continue to come back to the colleges, that we continue to offer our resources in the library, make sure we don't close down our libraries and open them and have more programs for them. So I'm promoting libraries. Thank you.
All right, being no more questions or comments, this is a report item, so thank you, Dr. Burge. The board will adjourn to closed session regarding item D, approve Chancellor's annual priorities and performance goals for 2024-25. This meeting of the Committee of the Whole will now adjourn to a closed executive session under the Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act. As stated in the notice of this meeting, should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in a closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up during the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting adjourned to closed session at
6:30 p.m.
Meeting of the Committee of the Whole of the Houston Community College System Board of Trustees reconvened at,
8:16 p.m.
okay, item D is going to be pulled and will be brought back at a later date. The meeting of the Committee of the Whole is adjourned at
8:16 p.m.